Testing. Hello everyone, we will be starting in around 5 minutes. So whoever is sitting on the sides or at the back, could you kindly just move to the front and also sit closer together so we can see everyone, yeah? So the participants on the side and the back, kindly just move forward. Thank you. Hello friends on the last few rows. Can we just fill in the first 3 rows first and then sit to the back? So just come closer together. Don't be shy. Just sit closer. Alright, thank you everyone for coming today. Before we begin, can everyone switch their phone to silent mode first? Alright, just let's wait for a few other people to settle in. Perfect. So welcome distinguished guests, esteemed judges, and also our fellow innovative competitors. Welcome to the National University of Singapore for Tencent's Hackathon, Age Well Social Good Campaign, and our Singapore Demo Day. So my name is Tiffany, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be your host for today and the exciting afternoon we'll be spending together. So today we bring together the brightest minds across Singapore's top universities, and over the past few weeks, our talented teams have been building hard, having fun, and leveraging cutting-edge AI technologies, which includes Tencent's Cloud, Code Buddy, Work Buddy, and also Miura, to reimagine how technology can empower our seniors to live with independence, dignity, and also joy. Now, please, may I introduce our judges and guests. First, Professor Benjamin Gan, from SMU Associate Professor in Information Systems. Next, Steve Gao, co-founder of Zhihu Sotala. Xiaoyan Zhang, Director of Global University Partnerships. Michael David Britton, International Events Partnership, Tencent Institute of Games. Michael Xu, Tencent Cloud Training and Certification Experts. Rachel Tay, Tencent Work Buddy Experts. Serena Liu, Tencent Miura Experts. Echo-san, Tencent Miura expert. And last but not least, Zach Lee, Tencent Miura expert. And also thank you our organizers, NUS Started, and also SMU AI Club, and also our ecosystem partners for participating with us today. So to officially open today's demo day, let us first welcome Brandy Yu, Channel Partnership of Tencent Cloud Singapore, to give our welcoming speech. Welcome, Brandy.
Sorry, don't mind me. We had a bit of technical difficulties. Was trying to find the right slides. So again, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Randy. I'm actually from the Tencent Cloud team based in Singapore. I look after channel partnerships here. So it's very good to be back on campus. I actually graduated from NUS a couple of years ago. So I was actually seated at right where you were, right? Just a couple of years ago, of course, I was listening to lectures, right? But this time around, it's very good to be on this side, sharing a little bit more about what we do here at Tencent Cloud. And of course, firstly, I'd like to thank the organizers, right? So NUS Study Team, right? The SMU AI Club, and of course the co-hosts on the Tencent side, Tencent Cloud team, the Tencent Miura team, the Tencent Work Buddy team, and distinguished guests. Thank you for taking the time to show up this Sunday afternoon, right? Not to mention also the participants, right? First of all, congratulations, right? And the final 15 teams, I think there's 5 teams here, and then there'll be a couple of rotations later. We're very excited to hear your presentations later, okay? Now, before I begin, right, I think I really wanted to take today to share a little bit more about what you guys are doing, right? And talk about what at Tencent, what do we essentially do, right? The key message here at Tencent, of course, is to build meaningful technology, which is what every one of you guys are also trying to do based on today's topic. So you might know Tencent for our games, right? WeChat, and every year during Lunar New Year, the digital red packets. But I come from the cloud team, so we essentially power these things using our tech infrastructure. And you have also been using some of our tools the past few weeks, hence the judges that came all the way this long way to see your creations, Code Buddy, Work Buddy, and of course, Miura. I wanted to share a story about the technology Tencent built specifically for payments, right? We designed it for that one specific scenario, only to realize that it could actually solve a completely different problem we never saw coming. So I'm sharing this because I think this lesson is more important than anything that you can build. At the same time, it should be the biggest takeaway if at the end of the day, nothing sits true. Just remember this. Build for today, but stay open to tomorrow. So, the technology I'm talking about at Tencent, what we actually did was the Palm AI solution, right? We actually built palm recognition for the masses back then to make payments faster. So, let me elaborate a little further. Why did Tencent do this back then? So if you are aware, if you've actually been to China, now if you go to Shenzhen in 7-Eleven, you can essentially pay with your palm. But there was an era before this where we were essentially using facial payments. So I'll talk a little bit more about the facial payments portion later. But in a nutshell, there are a couple of scenarios that you can do for Tencent Palm, right? Turnstiles, right? Office gantries, and of course office doors, retail stores, and maybe payments over your canteen, right, at lunchtime. So the whole purpose here is using an ordinary movement of your hand to make the payment and transactional activities much faster. And like I mentioned, before that, we were actually using facial, right? In 2019, Tencent actually built face payment terminals and rolled it out across China. And initially it worked, right? It was fast, it was accurate, and it was seamless. It sounds good all the way until I think we can all remember what happened in 2020. COVID hit, right? All of a sudden, everyone is wearing masks. And suddenly now, for each payment, you have to pull down your mask. That doesn't sound so bad, right? Until you realize that for all of your facial payment terminals, it comes with specialized hardware, right? And all of this is cost. During the COVID-19 season, a lot of small, medium businesses went out of business, right? Because COVID essentially wiped out a lot of their income. So cost became a concern, privacy also became a concern as well. And suddenly the magical appeal of facial payments suddenly fizzled out over time. So with facial recognition facing these hurdles, right, the Tencent team went back to the drawing board and they went to explore alternatives. So why am I talking about this? This is something that every single hacker or product manager will face in your journey in building whatever product, right? You build something fancy, you try to roll it out, and your initial test bed might yield mediocre or sometimes maybe slightly better than mediocre results. But that doesn't mean you stop there. You go back and reiterate around it, which is precisely what the team did. Only in this case, they kind of had to abandon that and start back at the drawing board. So that's how they landed on Palm, right? So quickly talking about the technology, I won't say I'm more tech savvy than all of you guys here, right? So I'll very briefly talk about how the technology works. So 2 cameras, one for your palm print, right? The next one for your palm fin, and both cameras have to agree. You'll capture the image of your palm, and this image will become a mathematical template, which is irreversible and encrypted. And this is unique to each individual. So no two of your palms from the same person is essentially the same. So this greatly alleviates a lot of major concerns on privacy. And actually at Tencent, before we even rolled it out to the public to use, I'm pretty sure most of my team members from mainland China, they can say for themselves, right? It was actually used within Tencent for 3 years first. Over 10 million transactions in our canteen, our iMarker cafe, our office doors access, our office gantries on level 1. Basically, in Tencent, we try it for ourselves, make sure it really works before we even push it out to the general public, which is another lesson that I wanted to share with the team, different teams today, right? Sometimes if you have the means or you have the test bed to roll it out, test it for yourselves first, right? Because there's no other greater credibility than you trying it for yourself, ironing out all the kinks before rolling it out to the general public. Now, let me bring you to why is it relevant in Singapore, which also brings me to the team that you guys were building on for the past 6 weeks, right? So Singapore is aging faster than any other country in the world. And the United Nations have called a society super Asian if 1 in more than 5 people is 65 years and above. Unfortunately, Singapore today has crossed that milestone. Not something to be super proud of, but it's okay, we work with it. By 2030, nearly 1 in 4 citizens will be 65 and above. And this is a serious issue. We have already seen this in Japan, we have seen this in Korea, and this aging population increase will cause the greater burden of care within the younger generation because of something called the dependency ratio shift, right? How many youngsters are looking after how many older people, right? Now, the good thing is the Singapore government has not stood still on this, right? So they have essentially 3 ministries coming together: Ministry of Health, Ministry of National Development, Ministry of Transport. They all committed to $3.5 billion to be invested within the local infrastructure all the way to the year 2035. It's 2026 now, that's 9 more years. And one of the initiatives that they came up with is active aging centers. So you might ask, what is AACs? Active aging centers are centers in Singapore that the elderly can gather and do activities. So for instance, there will be activities catered to the older generation, things like line dancing, things like bingo. They will actually invite health hospitals or even community polyclinics down to actually do health screening for elders in the area. In case, let's say, an elderly cannot travel all the way down to the polyclinic, that's another thing they can do. They can also, accumulate points by participating in programs, going for art painting, all those kind of different initiatives, right? And the target back then was 220 centers within Singapore. And I'm glad to say that this target has not only been met, but exceeded. So now 8 in 10 seniors live within walking distance of 1 AAC. Now, that's the good thing, right? Now, how to join an AAC? It requires identification. So every single old folk has to bring their identification card, the pink IC, like what we call it here in Singapore. And the next question you might ask is, what if you forget to bring your IC? Now, some of you, especially if you're familiar with SingPass, now SingPass has the IC inside, right? You can just take out the phone app and show it. But here are some statistics. So 8% of elderly over 65 have no SingPass account. So this means they have no way of identifying themselves without their card. And not to mention, 71% of them did not have any digital literacy training. They do not know how to use a smartphone, much less asking them to set it up and use their SingPass, and much less ask them to use things like PayNow. It's all rocket science to them. Now, what have we done here in Singapore? We have worked with a partner called WeSwear, right? So this is one of the partners that I worked with for this particular initiative to bring palm identity into the senior care settings. So all a senior has to do is enroll once with their IC. Hopefully, remember to bring it during the enrollment day. They bring it, they register. With a staff member beside that particular OFO, they can essentially onboard themselves within 2 minutes. That palm that they have on their hand will be their unique identifier moving forward. Now, the old auntie can now join the line dancing class. They can now use it to redeem coffee, redeem haircuts, book a health screening, and shop at the AAC membership center. This is what we call using technology to bridge the gap and serve the underserved in our societies. Now, this technology is not only working in Singapore, it has also been used in Hong Kong, right? Bupa introduced palm scans for express health check-ins, so using their application called Blua Health. And similarly, in Beijing Daxing Airport Express, they launched it for ticketless transit. So both cases, the pattern is very similar to the elder care setup. You set up on your phone, or you set up at the place, a one-time setup, no more hands, it's a completely hands-free experience, no more cards, no more phones, no more digging through your bags to go through. Now, a common trend you've seen among the previous pictures on the slides is one limitation that we have, hardware. So what's the Tencent team challenge that they gave themselves? They remove that final hurdle of hardware. Because previously, every single one of them had a dedicated scanner with two very unique cameras, one infrared, one normal phone camera. Now, with Palm X, you do not utilize that unique hardware anymore. You are just using your normal phone camera. And that opens up a whole new world of possibilities, right? You're removing the hardware limitation. You're introducing a mobility element, such that now, for identification purposes, you're no longer reliant on that limitation that was there previously. Now, why am I sharing all this, right? I think at Tencent, our vision is value for users, tech for good, right? I was told that this might have revised a bit. It might be value for users, AI for good now. Okay, but yeah, with that being said, I think, okay, so I say in Chinese, right? Because I do feel that the Chinese version does hit home a little harder. So 用物为本, 科技向善. So when we first engineered Tencent Palm AI, we were solving a payment problem. And we actually had no idea that this could potentially end up in the industry of elder care, right? Not to mention that it's 4 hours away from China to Singapore by flight. And yeah, there's a gap. And I just want to say that as you continue to hack and build, even after today's hackathon, regardless of the results, remember that your initial idea is only the starting line. It's not the finish line. Don't worry if your prototype now doesn't solve every world problem that is prevalent today. Because at the end of the day, always go back to the basics. Focus on building something real, something solid, and stay curious about where it might be. Which brings me back to the initial point. Build for today, stay open to tomorrow. Thank you, and I wish all of you happy building.
Thank you, Randy, for the amazing opening speech and setting the tone for us today. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move into the main arena, which is the pitching session. So for today, we will have 3 different tracks, being game, AI agents and skills, and also animation track. So the format would be each team would have 8 minutes of presentation time and 3 minutes of Q&A from the judges, guests, and also the audiences. It will be marked based on 3 different core dimensions, being impact and relevance, so how well they address the solution and the needs of elderlies. The use of AI tools, how effective they integrated AI agents, Code Buddy, Work Buddy, and also Miura, and also the product quality, how well is the execution, is it polished, and is it clarity. So each team later would come from game track first. So let us introduce our first team. We'll have the TAI. Okay, due to some technical difficulties, we'll start with the second group first, which is Silver Motion AI.
Yes, just show the website on stock. Okay, hi guys. My name is Ashwin and this is Akash here. So we built Silver Motion AI. It's a web app. Okay, so the reason why we built Silver Motion AI. So what does it do? Basically, we realized that there are a lot of elderly here in Singapore, but then they're not getting one-to-one coaching from their physiotherapists whatsoever. So how about we use AI to basically coach an elderly to exercise in a safe manner? So we know that elderlies, they are very fragile and things like that. So that was the problem that we had, and that was what we were trying to go and fix about. So we had AI in 3 stages. So the first stage is the pre-exercise. So some elderlies, they are more fit, they can do more exercises. Some elderlies, they might have knee issues, shoulder issues, and things like that. So how about we use AI to recommend what kind of exercises that elderly should do? So if you go to our profile page, can you go to our profile page? Yeah. So yes, you have our name. You can insert your name in the elderly can insert a name, and then we also have a wellness check, injury history, and physical constraint, and we also have a care home or group code. So we built this project in the mind where we wanted it to be used in care homes, because care homes, elderly that they're all lonely. We wanted to build an interactive game where the elderly can come together and they can play, and there'll be leaderboards where elderly who perform better using the AI will score more points. So yeah, some examples of injury history is knee pain, lower back, and things like that. So when you press, can you press some? So at the bottom, this is where our AI recommendation will come. So it says, based on these answers, we will start you on ski racer, full pace, balance, and quad training. So this is for elderly who are more physical. But if they are, having issues, yeah. So if they are having issues, the AI will basically recommend them, saying that okay, you have some issues. So instead of doing you can just do gentle standing balance work with a chair behind you. So this is how the AI recommends how an elderly should do the exercise in a safe manner. Safe settings. Then go down. Okay, so I would like to say that we have 3 modes here. We have single player, dual player versus AI. Okay, so if the elderly they are in dual player mode, so basically me and him we can play against each other and see who score more. And how do we track who scores more is using AI. So we will go with the single player mode for demonstration purpose. And we have two environments. One is the floor is lava, which basically targets your upper body and core. So this is more for elderlies, who have knee issues. They can't really stand. They are wheelchair bound. So for elderlies like that, we use environment 1. Elderlies are more fit, they can use environment 2, which is the ski racer. Go down. Go down. Yes, correct. Okay, so this is the 3 stages that we are using AI. So one is real-time fatigue tracking. So when you are playing the game, which I will show you later on, the AI basically does real-time fatigue tracking. So it tracks your movement and tries to know whether you're getting tired. If you're getting tired, it will tell you to slow down. If it thinks you're trying to, you're going very slow, if it thinks you're not tired, it will try to motivate you to go at a higher pace. So this way you are training safely and you're also pushing yourself to the limit, which is what we want the elderly to do. We don't want the elderly to, just keep going at a high pace, which might lead to the injury. So we use AI, we use real-time fatigue tracking to basically gauge their fatigue level, and the AI will recommend them how they can go about during the game itself. And we also have form correction and safety. So for now, we have squatting, we have dodging, and we have Buddha claps. So these are the 3 exercises that we have. We would like to add more games, more movements in the future. But for now, we just have 3. And basically, when they are doing the exercises, the AI will basically see whether you're doing the exercise properly or not. If you're not, you'll try to recommend you to do better. And the last one is social motivation versus. So, like I said, we have a dual mode. So when you're doing it with someone else, the AI will basically motivate you, and you're also motivated by that person. Okay, go down. I think we show a video. So yeah, you can see that the AI is being in live demo now while I'm doing the Buddha clap. First, you can see the bottom Vera. This is our AI. It's called Vera AI, and basically it's tracking my movement and giving me real lifetime feedback. There's also an AI fatigue tracking right at the top left corner, which basically records my fatigue level. So right now I'm not really that fatigued because I'm not an elderly. And I'm going at a normal pace. So for now my fatigue level isn't that high. So once I'm done, so each game is about 45 seconds. Because we felt that was the optimal time limit for an elderly. You can see that there's also AI feedback. So basically the AI will look at your movements, look at the scoreboard, and then it will give you feedback. So this is the feedback. So you can see that the feedbacks are you sped up as you went. So while I was doing my Buddha clap, I was doing it slow at the start, and then the AI recommended me to go faster, and then it told me to speed up, and then it told me that you sped up as you went, and then it told me that my left arm was a bit slow, and it told me how many Buddha claps I have done, which is 20. And it told me that my peak effort, we also have a peak effort, which is basically whether you're doing it to your optimal speed or not, optimal effort or not. And it's about 8% now. And we also have bonus point collections. So we wanted to gamify this thing where when we make it at a group level, where there are multiple elderly playing the game, we can basically have a leaderboard that I will show you later on. So yeah, we also have a suggested next section. Can you go to this part? So we believe that this game shouldn't just stop in just one game. It should be a continuous effort. So for example, if the elderly is playing this game over a 1 month period, we wanted this AI to be able to, advise this elderly who's having a knee issue or a knee pain to maybe start off with the easier games. And as time goes on, if the elderly is telling the AI that he or she is feeling better, we wanted the AI to recommend the elderly to do more difficult games, so that the elderly isn't just doing the same games over and over again and doing it the same intensity. We just wanted to increase the intensity, but making sure that we use AI to basically make it a safe process for them, because we believe that safety is our biggest priority. So we also have a suggested next session, which tells that the AI would be, after the AI looks at what you're doing, if it feels that you can do better, you can go for a higher level. We have a suggested next session where the AI will tell you can try harder things. So we have another game. Yeah, so this is our other one, which is the ski racer. This is for elderlies with yeah.
I will take over from this portion.
Q&A. Yeah. Questions.
I was wondering, so the kind of the target audience is generally being more elderly. I was wondering about if you had done like what changes were made to the kind of UI, UX kind of flow for elderly users, because it looks very dense, I would say. And I'm not sure like how intuitive it would be for an elderly user to see it and then immediately know how to use it.
Okay, thanks for the question. So the target audience of this platform, while the elderly will be using it, these are targeted at elderly care centers. So elderly care centers usually employ caretakers who are seeing the elderly senior citizens. So the UI, we feel that it should be simple enough for them to use and not the elderly senior citizens themselves. So I think that this UI is still
Okay, so it's like designed to like supervised.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great.
Okay, thank you for presenting. Very impressive. You have a lot of features here.
Thank you.
So the question come along the same line. Can you name one most important value add feature that you provide that uses AI for the elderly group?
Okay, so I think that the best use case of AI in our project would be the fatigue tracker as well as the biomechanical agent that we have. So the fatigue tracker, it tracks the level of exhaustion that the player has, and it adjusts the game based on that. So while other games,
So how would you improve this specifically for elderly? Because that fatigue tracker works for everybody. So do you have specific things for elderly that you would look for in your AI?
we also have the biomechanical agent. So this agent, we understand that elderly people, they are not too knowledgeable about their form when it comes to exercising. So let's say, for example, squats in this game that we are showing right now. Let's say a person has their knees placed too forward in front of their toes. It might actually lead to knee injuries and so on. As you can see at the bottom here, it shows that the Vera AI shows that okay, so it's not in this slide, but it was presented previously. So what it does is it corrects the form of the player. So yeah.
Very good. Thank you very much. AI is very good in learning, and I think that is what you're trying to do here for specifically for elderly group. So very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have you let any elderly try your game after you develop this?
Sorry.
Have you ever let any elderly try your game after you develop this?
I did because I have a grandma at home, so I actually let her use this game. But the whole point of okay, the game is quite hard to at the start to play, because it's very it can be too much for the elderly. But then once if I'm a caretaker for my grandma and I know what kind of issues I have, and if I can put the settings of the profile player, the correct settings, the game is pretty intuitive for her, because like I said, there's like animations in the game that will basically guide you on how to play the game before you even start playing the game. So I think that is one of the key features that we have added. We don't just throw the elderly into the game. We have some animations on how to play the game and what to do. So it was pretty intuitive for her. Yeah. Sorry. Thanks all for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much for our first team. I especially loved how interactive the game was. But next, let's go back to Mohavati AI for their pitch. Also, judges, so after each presentation, there should be a link sent to you guys for giving them their marks. So let's do it after each round and we'll calculate it at the end. Thank you.
Alright, hello ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I hope you guys are having a great day so far. I apologize for the inconvenience earlier. But yeah, so basically, hi, I'm Sean Domingo. Yes, I am a solo participant, and today I'll be presenting to you Mojavity.ai, which is my project for this competition. Alright. So here are the table of contents. And let's just dive straight into the problem, shall we? So do you guys know that only 48% of seniors in Singapore exercise? Yes, that is in fact correct. And if you guys are wondering about the other 52%, they are susceptible to diseases such as dementia or depression. And these aren't just statistics to me, by the way. I have actually gotten first-hand experience by my internship at Feiye, and what I've noticed is that seniors at Feiye, they like to engage in sedentary activities such as board games or bingo. And what I've gathered through all of this is that they like to live a sedentary lifestyle. They engage in what brings them enjoyment and entertainment. And lastly, they thrive in social interactions. So that crafted my problem statement, which is how can we bridge the gap between fun and exercise? How can we gamify exercise? So solution, what I thought of was building an AI post-estimation game that's interactive. And if you guys are wondering what post-estimation is, it's basically a subset of computer vision that uses deep learning such as CNN to help analyze each image or video and returns an output, which is key points from your head, shoulders, your eyes to your knees. And yeah, that's basically it. It basically provides coordinates of where these key points are located at. So such as what I thought was, why not we use these key points as a game input? I'll explain more later. Alright, and also storing data. Remember earlier I said that they thrive in social interaction. So what I thought was have maybe a leaderboard at the end of the game. After the session, why not display the leaderboard, their score, and also percentile-based leaderboard. So they'll say better than 99% of players. That means that you are scored in the 1% of those who have played the game before. Alright, planning stage. So now we've got ideation out of the way. I decided to use MoveNet, which is a TensorFlow open source library, because of course this is agile, only has 17 key points, I believe, and it's coincided and it's fast. There are other models out there like TensorFlow's MediaPipe, but they only provide 33 key points, which yes, is a lot, but that provides more accuracy, but at the expense of time, basically speed. So I chose MoveNet because it's fast. Super Base, of course, because it has row level security and it provides SQL support. HTML Canvas, that's the more conventional way of doing the graphics, so that's why I chose it. Alright, now let's go through each of the games. So I developed 4 games in total, and I wanted each game to have a purpose. Not only do I want these games to be fun, I wanted them to target a specific muscle group that is indicative of the senior's health. So, for example, we have first game, Reaction Rush. So what I found out with my supervisor is that when you age, it takes the time it takes for information to go from your brain to your movement gets slower. And how do I gauge this? Is that I create a reaction-based game which measures average reaction speed in milliseconds. Later, I'll show you the demo video for you guys to see. Then the other one, Mind the Gap. Another important factor is balance, and I figured that hand is a good way to assess someone's balance. And what I did was basically create a game where you use your head to navigate a ball through gaps as it falls under gravity. And another one, Bounce Breaker. One thing I found out about failure, they like upper hand limb movement. So why not use a ping ball inspired game where your forearms act as shield to deflect balls to the ceiling and back at you. And another one, I said you guys, I explained earlier, they like cognitive games, so I thought my take of Fruit Ninja would be something that will mess with their mind. And this is just all the games plotted in a table, which shows the focus of each game and limb track and so on and so forth. Now implementation. So here's the architecture. I'm just gonna speed through all this, but basically backend, I'm using Super Base, AI algorithm, MoveNet, and since I want this to be a web app, easy accessible, I wanted to use Reacts and a Vibe framework to just basically be the dashboard to these games. And I want it to be deployed through Versal. So again, all you need the URL is to access. All you need is the URL to access the game. Video display, mainly just use a 27-inch Dell monitor that can receive touch input or anything, rather your smartphone, your iPad, because again, all you need is the URL, and now it just comes down to how good is your phone, like the GPU and so on and so forth. Then video capture, just use a USB camera or in-built camera. MoveNet initialization, I'm not going to go into depth with this one, but obviously I'll just skim through it. So basically what this does is you load a TensorFlow library. It's important, it's a pre-trained model, which is MoveNet. So you don't need to train it, it already knows the human anatomy. So you just load it and you load the video feed into this model, and with every frame, you'll basically detect where the key points are. So here again, you can see the key points are mapped to each variable, which is the left wrist, right wrist. And what this model will return is the coordinates and the confidence level of each key point. And what makes this so important, why does it matter so much, is that, say for example, they'll give me the XY coordinates of your hands, your eyes. I'll be able to use this as game input. So the same way you move a joystick to the left, or same way you move a cursor to the right or left, you'll be able to track when your hand has moved to the left or not. So I can register that as an input. So I could insert a command, move your hand to the left, insert a jump. So that's basically the magic behind these games. HTML Canvas, basically just draw the graphics onto the screen using these drawing techniques. And database, I just use Superbase, basically have SQL to query a table for each game and have its own specific columns in respective to the game. So fall detection system, of course, not that they are susceptible to falls with this game, but it's just a safety feature, the safety layer. And also other additional features like person locking, audio cues, and background music, also embedded video the demo, and it's cross-platform because it's deployed on Versal. And also hosting and deployment, like I said, and the use of WorkBuddy, I mostly use it for the HTML canvas part because I'm by no means a graphic designer, so I have to have some help. Deployment, I've deployed this on Fair already, which you will see in the videos. Okay, I don't have time for this, but I can cover enough content. All right.
So what I was observing this is a product of an observation that many seniors process as they spend most of their time on board games, or these games are great for cognitive engagement. I wanted to add an element of physical movement that bridges the gap between fun and exercise. So I resorted to using pose observation, a computer vision technique that takes key points of the given model to create interactive games where seniors move, stretch, and reach in response to on-screen junctions. Hence, I developed 4 distinct games, each designed to target a specific aspect of physical fitness such as balance, flexibility, coordination, and reaction. So starting off with the first game is reaction. Targets appear on screen one at a time and you can reach out and touch them with your hands for it to appear. It's testing your reaction and alertness. How quickly can you see something and respond? For safety, maintaining fast reaction is critical for things like catching yourself before fall. Next comes mind the gap. A ball is falling downward to platforms and you steer it by putting your hand at the right. It's controlled entirely by hand movement, which targets neck mobility, posture stability, and visual tracking. They are all tightly balanced, and balance is the biggest risk factor to falls in alien population. Then we have split strike. Colored orbs fly across the screen and we have to hit each one of them with the correct hand. Left hand for red, right hand for blue, and the rules keep changing every 30 seconds. These targets cognitive flexibility and memory. They're not just moving, they're thinking, remembering, and adapting under pressure. Last but not least, we have launch breaker. 5 balls will launch around the screen and you use your forearms as shields to keep them in place. It specifically targets upper limb endurance and their eye coordination. Your arms are constantly raised and moving to build the kind of functional strength fingers use for every task. So how does this work? Under the hood, the whole thing runs in the bottom. I use a post estimation model called MoveNet, which tracks sensitive body key points from the webcam briefly in real time. Those key points, like wrists, elbows, nose, shoulders, get back on the full screen canvas where all the game visuals are drawn at 60 frames per second. Not to mention, I added a fall detection feature to each of these games so as to alert nearby users for when the fall has taken place. Beyond just being fun, I wanted the game to be purposeful. I wanted each session to provide meaningful feedback on the progress, and to achieve this, I used surveys into the hub database that saves the scores, allowing users to compare performance across different attempts and games. This approach gives users a clear motivation while also allowing staff to monitor engagement and build over time. Throughout the development, I worked closely with my supervisors and tested the game's usage frequently to calculate difficulty and ensure that the games are both challenging and enjoyable.
Alright, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'd like to invite the panel of judges if you guys have any questions. Yes.
The question's possibly a little bit unfair, but just from a personal curiosity perspective, how possible is simultaneous multiplayer if you wanted to have more than one player at the same time?
So I've actually experimented with simultaneous multiplayer, but I couldn't get it done for this project. But basically, the MoveNet, the model I'm using, there's this model called multi-post lightning, and that basically detects 2 people at a frame at the same time. So it is a possibility, and I'm currently working on it right now. So, but I couldn't finish in time. So sorry.
So thank you for your presentation, very impressive, and your time that you allow to test and to refer to these 4 different skill sets. I think that's within the time frame is very impressive.
Thank you.
Now, a little bit more on the technical stuff because you went through the technical part. Your movement is a third-party software. You can see there's a latency between this detection and actual reaction from the elderly. Can you enhance that using some kind of AI that learns about particular personalized elderly, or how would you do that in your system?
Okay, the way to optimize and reduce latency, I could probably make it so that it doesn't detect every frame, because right now, every frame, so that's basically 30 frames per second. That's how much you're sending. That's stress to the model. So I could make it so that it could do some frame skipping. So 15 frames rather than 30, so you're not stressing the model and probably increase performance. But I'll consider that in my next venture.
Another suggestion is maybe learning, but personalization for each individual because you are targeting others.
Alright, thank you for the suggestion.
Very impressive idea. Hello. Oh, sorry. Quick question. Have you thought about integrating the game into like a Wii game system? Because it would be 2 things. One is easier to deploy in a setting such that you have a TV and also a console. Secondly, if you deploy in a platform like Wii, it will be easier for the elderly to create an account, and also you don't have to do all the account creating and everything.
Okay, personalized content creating, I haven't delved into that yet, but I see what you mean by being more accessible. Because currently, right now, I thought that my way of doing is more accessible. I don't know about the Wii part because I haven't gone to that part yet. But basically, all you need is the URL of the game to access it. So, be it your phone, tablet. I don't think seniors are that. I don't think we, especially our consoles, are accessible to seniors. You know what I mean? Because they're mostly some of them are alone and they only have their iPads and phones. And all you need is a good enough GPU for that phone, for said phone and iPad to input the link, the URL link, because it's deployable. So all you need to do is input the link and the game is loaded. But account creation, all that, yes, it's a good suggestion. I could probably integrate that.
I have one question. Actually, I thought it's a very well crafted game, and actually the observations are all correct in terms of their demand. For example, for elderlies, what they demand is actually the motion free, right? Up to the like cognition level, the kind of a game. Actually, it's all suitable, very good. And one small question that is regarding the model. So the model you're using is called MoveNet, right? So basically, it's pre-trained model. So have you sort of like retrain it or basically to make it more adaptive to the elderly movement, right? Because it's actually more generic model instead of suitable for the elderly.
That's a good question to make it more suitable for elderlies per se. Right now, the only thing I'm making it so that it's more accessible for seniors is having it so that it only tracks upper body, so they don't need to move. So wheelchair bound elderlies are good to go. But training the AI models per se, that would take some time. That would obviously you have to train, you have to get some seniors and sample data, obviously. But again, due to the constraint of time, I just settled with the pre-trained model right now. The same way you use ChatGPT to source your code and everything. But of course, I'll look into it, training models. It's definitely way out of my pay grade for now, but I'll do more research.
For sure, because you have limited time of the preparation. And the second one is actually, I think your practicality is there actually in terms of, practicing in the medical field. And also, have you thought of like added some more features, thinking like, for example, diagnosis of some of the like cognition loss, vision loss, etc. in your system?
Okay, so one thing I considered, I talked this to my supervisor, but basically having not just the data being used as a point of competitiveness, but also, I wouldn't say selling data, but having healthcare to work with us and gauge what metrics, like for example, one of the games they tested reaction time. What is the optimal reaction time for this, for X age amount of elderly, right? So that is something I've been dealing with, but of course I'm just a student. I needed to do more research to find the perfect metrics and conditions. Yeah. So that's in the talks right now. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for your pitching, especially the fact that you have tested with elderlies. That was very fun to watch. Next, let's welcome our third team, Kampong SG. Thank you. While we love our judges' questions, we can also welcome our audiences to raise any questions if you're interested.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We're from the two guys. My name is Andres Areno, and this is Sutomi Weekend. Okay, so we introduce you to Kampung Escape, a cozy narrative game where players can interact with NPCs, quests, and our story of the game. Next. So this is the theme of the hackathon is age well. So what people think when hearing age well is usually just physical health and like the people living longer, right? But there's actually a broader meaning than this. Our interpretation of age well is basically that aging well and careness and safety should not disable someone of their agency and their contribution to society. So we have three design pillars here. The first one is adaptive environment, where environment should be able to adapt to changing mobility. And the second one is social bonds, where people should have like bonds that are like unbreakable among them in the society. And the third one is the purpose and dignity, where people should have purpose in life so they don't lose themselves. Next. Okay, so what we're making is a story-driven game where the player first wake up into a mysterious voice, and this voice will guide them throughout the story, as their task is to fight the fading of quote-unquote pandemic, where where the community are starting to get unnoticed one by one. Next. Okay, so what the game provides is firstly it's a cozy pace game, so there's no fighting and there's no time streak. And secondly is cultural texture, where it brings a sense of familiarity. And thirdly, we have AI-driven NPCs, so players must respond accordingly to progress the story. And last thing is that you get to visibly see your kampung grow. Next. Okay, so this is like the brief rundown of the story. There's a prologue and there's three main chapters. I will dive on that later after this. And finally, the player, after they help other people get recognized in the community, they will also notice that they were actually fading in the first place. So by opening other people's door, it was a practice for them to finally be able to open up their own door. Thanks. Okay, so the first chapter covers more towards physical environment and independence, where Mr. Long has a broken back, and the stairs outside his house is basically a physical barrier towards his involvement to the community. So what the player must do is not visiting him every day, giving him the care he needs, but it's to build a ramp outside his house so that he himself will be able to go out and interact with the community accordingly. Next. And for chapter 2 is social bonds, where Grandma Ross has lost her name in the community. She used to run feasts and cook for everyone in the community, but now everyone has forgotten about her. So the player will help her regain her name and her part in the community. Next. And the third chapter is about craftsman who has lost his purpose in life because he is too old to weave anymore. His hands shake too much. So the player will help him acknowledge that his value is not in the objects he made, but it's in his knowledge itself.
Alright, so here's a brief of tools in regards to how we build the game. So we use mainly for the heavy lifting is plot and projects, because they're and I use a couple of commands like roles and MCP in order to orchestrate and make everything in a structured pace, in a structured way. And I also use Grapify in order to save tokens as well. And for the anti-gravity and the code buddy is being used for planning as well. So initially the game wasn't as structured. I would say we built it we throw in a couple of ideas in order to have it as a strong foundation, but later as we progress, the game gets better and better. So I think we learn by doing, and we continue building the game as it continues to be better. Now, next. So here is the main selling part of our game is AI-driven NPC. So, in a nutshell, I guess the NPCs that is being displayed in the game, I would say that the main goal is to have their own memory. So in a simpler way to put it, I think it is a small AI sub-agents. So I think they have their own mind. So when the players, when they communicate, when they have option A or B, they have different responses. So the NPC can give different responses, and the game will progress, or whether the game will progress or not is deterministic by the AI.
Thanks. And last is how it impacts society. I think from the point that my friend has introduced, I think the main goal of this project is to not having a mindset that being at an old age is an age where we get to be cared for, but instead we bring a new vision where being an old age can also be where we can contribute and engage as well to the society. Where growing older is not essentially a retreat from life, but it is a continuation of life. So from the top right there, this game is a sandbox and visual novel game in a way, and I dug some research up, and what comes out is that a pro-social game content and provided with the interactive narratives are more bound to have a pro-social impact. So hence, after playing the game, the users will result in having a more of a pro-social attitude, so they can contribute back to society even frequently than before. Okay, so the conclusion is basically aging well it doesn't always mean that you need to be cared for and being seen. It means that you have to be able to act as well in a community, so that instead of being only cared for, you get your purpose in life as well. So, for example, like maybe a grandma who is only being cared for by her children will feel like kind of sad, lonely. Kind of lonely, yeah. But there is options where she can contribute back to society, like working as a hawker, you know. Yeah, that's one of the options. Okay. Thank you. Now we will demonstrate the demo video. Oh, that's the time. Oh, yeah. Okay, for the fellow judges, do you have any questions?
Thanks for the sharing. I think this is a very warm and deep theme behind the game. We love it. And I do have a question about the AI NPC part. So, how is I don't know if you have do anything about the long term, because you mentioned there's a long term memory, right? So could you explain more about this in details, and also how that will impact the core gameplay or the actual minute or 2 minutes or hours to hours experience of the players?
So right now, I think for now, the long-term goal is to have each NPC to have their own memory, so they can judge the response of the players on their own. But right now, we're just using a Chrome native built-in API to kind of tailor the responses or tailor the dialogues a little bit, so that the users don't get the same responses over and over again. But as you said, for the long term, I think that could be an option for implementing mini sub agents for each of the NPCs, so they have their own context and they have their own personality. Okay, and what that will do when they have each of their personality is when, let's say, the player gives a response unaccordingly to the NPC's personality. If they give a response that the NPC personality doesn't like, the NPC personality might reject the response and the quest might get failed or something like that.
So thank you very much for addressing something other than physical. So this mental thing is also very important for elderly. I'm actually more interested in the same question. You don't want somebody to play the same strategy or adventure game over and over again, so it won't be the same every time they play. So the NPC AI is probably the part where you get different reaction every time. So because we didn't get to see your demo, can you go very quickly how you address that? Because the NPC, are you going to change it based on different reaction from each individual, or you have a set of gameplay for each NPCs, or just a strategy? How do you do that?
Okay, so basically the AI-driven NPC part is for the quest. So it doesn't affect the main story itself. So let's say I'm doing the story quest, and in that story quest, there are sub-quests.
So there's one quest, and you play the same quest every time. So it's like a lot of strategy quest game. You only play one time, but every time you play is a little bit different because of the NPC AI. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
So no, right now I think the players only have like options A, B, C, D. So it's similar to Walking Dead, I would say. So there are 4 options, and each option will have will bring in some more context as in how their relationship with each NPC or each character in the game will be like. So if you choose a negative option, your relationship is going to be more negative, right? So what I'm trying to make is those 4 options, so like A, B, C, D, where you can select. And the 5th option, which is currently being implemented, which is the one that you can make a custom, you can type your own answers. So in a way, let's say that you ask a simple task like the NPC will give you a task and A, B, C, D, but you will type out your own response. So a custom response.
But it's not multiplayer.
No. No. This is a single player sandbox game. Yeah.
Thank you, Group Pom, for your presentation. And judges, please remember to give marks to our presenters. Yeah, so next let's move on to Wu Ben. Thank you very much. Alright, sorry, we'll do Wu Ben next. Let's have Memory Loop to come up first to do their presentation. 10. So we're on our last 2 groups for the game track, so sit tight and stay excited. Let us welcome Memory Loop.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. We are Team Carabineers for Project Memory. So, in May 2025, Lau Sung Pong, an 82-year-old Singapore man with dementia, went missing for 6 days and was eventually found on the roof of an HDB block. In February 2026, Mr. Halim Yunus, 76, an elderly man with mild dementia, was also missing and found in Kuala Lumpur after an 8-day search.
Unfortunately, stories like these are more likely to occur, as you know, by 2030, 1 in 4 Singapore citizens will be age 65 or older, and the number of people living with dementia will have to be doubled from 74,000 to 152,000.
Now, despite this growing prevalence of dementia, many Singaporeans still don't find dementia personally relevant. And the stigma against it remains a barrier for their awareness. Now, this is true especially among those who are not personally exposed to dementia. And this is a problem because Singapore is an aging society, and it's only a matter of time before it becomes directly relevant to them. But not many people understand how to support their loved ones with dementia. Nearly 7 in 10 Singaporeans are unsure where to seek help, and younger respondents are the least prepared, with about 3/4 of Gen Z reporting low confidence in navigating support. And this is an issue because support is what they will likely need in the future, and given the aforementioned growth in dementia prevalence and the amount of work
It goes into dementia care.
the amount of work that goes into dementia care, this will be important for them. In a recent survey, it is shown that dementia caregivers have only about 6 hours of sleep per day, and they provide 217 hours of care per month. And this shows that it is tiring work, but it must be wholeheartedly done. As Mr. Heron Kaliko says it is endless, but embrace it. So that's why we think it is important to reach out to Gen Z and let them know about dementia and where to seek help. And what better way to connect to Gen Z than a game?
Now bring it to our game. The concept of the game is simple. Players experience dementia firsthand by playing as a hawk, the main character in the game, as he tries to carry on with his daily tasks while his condition worsens. The development of our game comprises as is following over here. For the part of intelligent NPC, we use AI in our NPC interaction, where the NPC will respond to user inputs in a reasonable way. And we also use AI with the Miura to generate our key 3D assets, the world, the game effects, interactions, and the overall environment itself. Next, for game optimization, we use CodeBuddy to reduce GPU usage from 98% to 34%, which is a huge improvement in the game performance. Now move on to the game demo itself. Top right, we have the strength levels.
There are objects in this group that we try to simulate as if it was your personal house, but over time, these things will disappear over time. And the day goes on, this is speed up, and this is a house going down to the lever box, picking up their lever box, and this is the first act, where everything is normal. This is, as you can see, there's no effects, there's nothing. I've speeded up because it's quite a long experience, but they go through the line just fine. Order their dinner, come back downstairs, find the door, and go back. But this is a 3-act game. In the next act, the symptoms of dementia starts to creep in, and just talking to NPCs like this might feel a bit different. This is the day, night, this is Act 2. Now, if you notice, a few objects are missing from here. It is to illustrate that sometimes they forget what they have and where they keep it. You can see that it feels less lively, there's missing portraits, there are difficulties in navigating up. And this is a non-Euclidean route. The lift is gone here, and you need to find it. Why? Because this is to illustrate the navigational issues that dementia people have. it's difficult for working brains, but of course, we try to illustrate this way. This is also difficulties in how people recognize people. This is difficulties in remembering which one is your mailbox. And we also try to illustrate difficulties in speaking by having it like drag and drop like this. The words go around as you try to collect your brains and try to send a message, right, among the other words that may not make any sense. Now, the situation will get progressively worse when we do math. For example, now you don't know which door is yours, right? And we are trying to show that dementia is a slow process over and over. Very, very difficult for people to go on alone. And now this is Act 3, where there's only you in the picture. You don't recognize anyone else there. You don't even recognize that's you. You have also difficulties here when trying to feed the fish as motor coordination reduces. Every single part of this game is mapped on dementia symptoms as best we can to illustrate it. And here, as you walk, you also lose your way to move. It's a bit difficult to walk now. And you still need to go through your daily life as well. For the moment, your stamina is also another thing that dementia. This is what we mentioned. As the day goes on, it becomes harder and harder to form coherent sentences and then also try to speak. You forget your mailbox and all of them seems possible to be yours. And as the sun goes down, there's something called the sundowning effect. As some elderly dementia patients become more stressed as the day goes on, especially when the sun goes down, thus naming the effect sundowning. The people are now grayed out, symbolizing that they cannot recognize that person anymore at all. And they're trying to find their way back, with all the doors seeming like likely to be their house. But at the very end, everything comes back. Remember, because dementia has this thing called terminal lucidity, in the sense that before you die, everything will come back, as if you never had it, and then it goes away. Now, at the end of all of this, we're trying to show you, we'll show you resources, we show you like how this shows dementia, like we have a breakdown. Of course, this is not how dementia is. This is an illustrative purposes. So we have a breakdown of why we did this, when it's coming from, and we also have resources to do this. This is done for the people that will need to be supporting our seniors, that will be there. For example, Gen Z, they will be the one to support the seniors and the people with dementia later. And it needs to be relevant to them now before it is forced upon them as a caretaker and as someone who still has to deal with their life. So, to reach the Gen Z about dementia, but better to do it than with a game that we have deployed on edge web. Thank you.
Now for the questions, the audience can also ask. But let's go for the judges first.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. And also just, I think it's the game track, right? And it's got a very kind of strong game feeling, and I think that's important to remember as well. I guess my question is maybe the most obvious one, which is that obviously we're talking about aging well, and we're talking about dementia, which is a very serious topic. Horror games, horror movies, or just any games in general, they're supposed to be entertainment. What kind of considerations did you make to kind of be respectful to this topic without being basically titillating or exciting and that kind of
We
stuff?
don't want to make a horror game just for horror's sake, right? But we recognize that game is a media that you can use to tell a story, right? And the way that we do this is that we try to map this, like as I've seen before, there is a breakdown on why we did this, and we try to not. For example, I could go and make it like so that, oh, there's a ghost chasing you down the hallway. But we don't do that. Why? Because hallucination is not really part of dementia. We try to, as best we can, go to resources. Let's say Dementia Singapore has a checklist of things there. We try to list it there. Like, I know that it might be exploitative, but the reality of someone with dementia is a horrifying experience. And we need to tell them that it is scary to be in dementia. They need help, right? This doesn't seem like a world that you can navigate alone, right? So without being disrespectful. We feel like it's the right way to still show them that it is horrifying, but keep it in horrifying because there is a message, not horror for horror's sake, but still mapping what we do with the actual symptoms. We recognize the risk, so we try to keep it as grounded as
First of all, I have a question. Who was the sound engineer? Who picked the music?
Oh, this is good. This is from the caretaker. This is one of the shout out to them. This is an artist that made the music public for free to use, and it is a stage to show dementia. So if you play through the game itself, you will see that the first of the music is clear and becomes a bit more distorted, and at the very end, it becomes very distorted. This artist themselves, with the album of Everywhere at the End of Time, have illustrated dementia through the stages. So that is what we use for this, and it is very fitting with our message of dementia. So credits to them.
Okay, interesting. So it was your decision to pick the music.
I suppose, yes.
Of course, of course. Okay. The second question is regarding the remarks that you made regarding the reduction of the GPU utilization from like 90% to 30% by using the code buddy.
Yes.
I want to understand more of that. Yeah.
So it is very impressive in the sense that we're building with Code Buddy, building. But the way that Code Buddy helps with this is that if I was to optimize myself, I have to go through like every single part of the engine and see like, okay, what can I do more? What can I do more? For a human, a task of comprehension, thousand information and figuring out which one is what is a bit difficult. But for Code Buddy, that is apparently very easy work because I genuinely, I have this, the computer's not mine, so I can't show you. But one of the prompt is, please optimize this, and it goes through and points out that, wait, this thing is rendered when the player's not looking. I don't know how it figures that out, but apparently, oh, okay, that makes sense, right? Why is this rendered when not looking? Why is the fish like still moving around when the scene has changed, right? What is this? So it is very interesting how the AI, and it's very fitting for the AI, to be able to take this game as a whole, the information and everything behind it, and comprehend it, and then point out the optimization and optimize. I feel like this is the right tool for the right job. Because if I were to go through it, comb through it, I wouldn't be here right now. I would be still trying to optimize it. Because too many things are happening.
Okay, very good answer. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, due to time, I think that's all the questions for now. Thanks so much, the team. Welcome to Amsterdam.
Thank you so much. And now let's welcome back our Wuban team for their final pitching for the game track.
Oh yeah, I'm so sorry.
And judges, please kindly mark our pitchers. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, judges and fellow participants and guests. So we are Team Special Aunties, and today we'll be presenting our game Wuban. So first of all, I want you to meet our target user. She's Madam Tan. She's a retired teacher. She's physically active, socially active, and she lives a very independent life. So some things about her, she walks over 5,000 steps a day, I think more than many of us over here. She's a regular at her local active aging center. And she's really proud of one thing, which is that she hasn't seen a doctor in many years. So Madam Tan has one hobby, which is to play mahjong with her friends at the AAC every weekend with that same group of friends. And she's really, really good at it. But lately something's changed. She started to lose at the hands that she's always been winning with. And she brushes it off thinking that, okay, she's just getting older, it's just part of life. It doesn't occur to her to mention it to her friends or her family. But what's happening behind the scenes is Madam Tan is actually slowly developing mild cognitive impairment. And the thing is, Madam Tan is not an outlier. In Singapore, 21.5% of seniors already live with mild cognitive impairment, which is the early stage before dementia, where intervention is the most critical. So Manhattan is statistically speaking, everything this picture is about. And it isn't just a Singaporean story. So in China, the same rate holds, just in a much more bigger scale. So in China, nearly 24 million people, older adults, live with MCI. And that's more than 4 times the population of the entire Singapore. And that's all invisible to detection of cognitive decline. So why is this happening? Well, the paradox to our problem that we identified is this. The very seniors who are doing everything right to age well are the ones that are least likely to be screened for cognitive decline. And then factors of that include low risk perception, social stigma with cognitive decline, the inconvenience of cognitive screening, all lead them to being invisible to the early detection of cognitive decline. And these aren't hypothetical barriers. So these are what we heard from real seniors when paid visits to Sheng Hong AAC in Singapore, as well as another visit to Pusing Elder Stop in Shenzhen, China. So these are some quotes of the seniors. So one of them mentioned that, okay, she's very healthy. It's seniors that always stay at home that need help. Another one mentioned that if her friends found out that something's wrong with her, it will spread like fire around their social circle. So the barriers that we identified on paper, we actually heard from seniors firsthand. And so that caused us to not want to build something that encourages seniors to go for cognitive screening. Instead, we wanted to build something that doesn't need convincing at all. And that's why we created Upan, which is a dance-based motion tracking game that quietly screens seniors for early cognitive decline while they're playing the game.
Alright, so we designed Upan around 3 ideas. First, gamify. So cognitive assessments usually feel clinical and stigmatizing, so we made it into a rhythm game instead. Second, active. The game reads timing and the players physically move to match gestures on screen so they keep active while they play the game. Third, track. So the game reads timing and accuracy on every gesture, comparing it against the player's own baseline. This is so that the game can compare and flag out any sustained changes over multiple sessions. So now, let's take a look at the demo of the game. So first, this is the calibration. It calibrates the joints and the position of the player. Okay, so I'll skip the calibration and show you the gameplay. Okay, so I'll stop here. And so for elderly people who face mobility difficulties, we also have a seated version of the game. Alright, so this is the stats page, and basically it will flag any changes to the player's baseline stats. So this is how the page will look like if there is nothing to flag. And this will be shown if there is a sustained change in the player's baseline. Okay, so why does this actually work for elderly users? So firstly, seniors never have to suspect anything is being tested. The game just quietly reads each session in the background while the game is being played. Secondly, it avoids the stigma of cognitive screening. To them, this is just an engaging dancing game, not a test that they can fail. Lastly, it doesn't require a separate screening appointment. It can be incorporated into activities that is already happening in active aging centers.
So, why are we confident that this will work? Well, we've done our research. A 7-year-long study of over 1,000 seniors came to the conclusion that changes in coordination and motor planning are worth paying special attention to. In short, the study found that there's a correlation between higher motor performance and a predicted lower risk of MCI and Alzheimer's. But the use of it is only useful if it's actually sustained for a long period of time. Research on exergaming, which is short for exercise gaming, found out that there's a correlation of the MCI and the Alzheimer's, and that repeated long-term participation in the game will help with this early detection of MCI. And this helps with our current pathway. A lack of continuous monitoring on the elderly's movement patterns may result in the decline going unnoticed. With Uban, we can then track and store each player's movement patterns as a score in our database. And if any negative changes persist, we can then flag it out and then recommend for a proper formal cognitive assessment follow-up. This will help to increase the chance of early stage diagnosis for MCI. This chart shows how Uban compares with similar solutions to this problem in the market today. We have formal cognitive assessments, which is able to actually do a proper diagnosis for MCI, but it comes with the wide array of problems as you see here. We have dance games, which have the social aspects, but are not able to detect the cognitive decline in a meaningful way. Uban combines the best of both worlds. It's able to detect for any cognitive health decline in their movements, but it's also socially accepted. Like it encourages long-term participation via its social aspects. Our plan to scale and roll out this project is simple and realistic. We can first run the pilot program at AACs around Singapore. We can then gather feedback and reiterate on the products and improve on it. And once we are confident, we can then launch it across all AACs around Singapore as part of the Singapore's H-Round program. That's it for pitch. Thank you.
Now for the questions, judges and audience as well.
Firstly, thank you for your presentation. I just want to clear up. I saw earlier on one of the kind of PPT slides mentioned that the camera images were seen and discarded for. Was this for privacy concerns?
Yeah, it's for privacy.
So I just kind of want to. Just as a question, so you're being upfront that you're caring about privacy. You know, we see your camera image and we discard it. Are you worried that maybe users would feel like maybe misled if on one hand you're saying we're not keeping your information, but on the other hand you're actually kind of clinically analyzing them at the same time, and maybe they might feel surprised by being kind of clinically studied, or not studied, but you know, having some kind of like diagnosis or kind of medical check kind of secretly behind the background?
Yeah, so thank you for your question. I think the way we see Uban working in the pathway between like mental health deteriorating and then the diagnosis is we're not meaning for this to be a diagnosis tool, more like a monitoring tool. So with Uban, the seniors can play the game regularly around the week, and we'll be tracking their cognitive performance over time. And then afterwards, if it flags out a red flag that okay, their cognitive health may be declining, then we refer them to one formal assessment, for example, like a MOCA test, to see if really the red flag is accurate. So compared to like conventional, the current way that seniors discover they have cognitive decline is just multiple formal assessments infrequently around the year. So that's where we see our product fitting to their health, the healthcare. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we have our first audience question. Hello, just quite curious. Can I know more about the social aspect into this? Like, is this like supposed to be like a fun game for seniors so they come down and they have play together or something?
Yeah, so this game, we actually tested it out in Sheng Hong AAC as well as boosting other stock in Shenzhen, like I mentioned earlier. So we had a prototype of the game, and we initially intended for it to be a solo game, but we discovered that even though we didn't meant for it to be social, a lot of the seniors just came in a group and started playing it. So even though it wasn't like accurate, it wasn't tracking their movements, we realized like our key learning point was that this game works very, very well in a social setting. So I think if you were to carry this idea forward, one of the things we would look at is to be able to track multiple people like in a group setting, and probably attach this to some of the like group activity classes that they organize at the AACs to help them like be as frictionless into their routines as possible, but at the same time still be able to track for their cognitive decline.
So like it's like a fun game for them, and because it is a constant fun game for them, we have like a somewhat consistent like tracking or something, right?
Precisely, yeah.
But it's not supposed to be medical. It's just something like info to know, right?
So it's on the part of Excel gaming. So think of Tai Chi, right? Tai Chi. But it's just basically more fun for them, and a lot of groups of elderly always do Tai Chi, right? It's a common thing.
Yes,
but this
for
is
exercise.
Tai Chi plus the detection. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, our brave audience. And I think that's okay, we have one more.
So this game doesn't serve for any diagnosis purpose or is serve for diagnosis purpose for the cognitive impairment part.
It's not meant to be a diagnosis tool. It's more of like a monitoring tool because we do not have the credentials to really diagnose someone with like mild cognitive impairment or dementia. But rather what we want to do is like provide a tool that gives them an indicator that okay, they might be experiencing cognitive decline. And then when that red flag is detected, then they go for like one formal like diagnosis assessment to really confirm that. And then if they don't, then they continue using the tool until it flags again. And
So this game has some validation with the like Sumoka like skill for the cognitive as well. If you're not although you are not use at medical purpose, but I heard that you also giving some like warning also. Yeah.
yeah, so the main like mechanism for how we are detecting cognitive decline is just the hand-eye coordination. So that's our main like mechanism. But we're also looking like at games that like we could incorporate features in the game that test like their direct memory sequence recall as well. But ultimately, yeah, it's just to kind of replicate formal assessments, but not to really replace it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kwan, please.
All right, thank you, Team Wuban. And then now, judges, please give a rating. And it's the end of our game track. So thank you for all the 5 participants, 5 teams today who gave very interesting and interactive pitch. And later on during the break, the 15-minute break, you guys can actually go to one of the last rows and the game track will let you guys do a simulation experience the game themselves. Yes, so next, let's take a 5-minute break before we continue with our AI and skills track. But do remember, please, to come back here on time. Thank you. Please come back by 3:30 p.m. 3:20 p.m. All right. So next, we pivot to automation, complex, and task execution with AI agents and skill track. So here, developers leverage WorkBuddy, a full scenario desktop AI agents, to build solutions that solve real-world challenges faced by the elderly. So first, let's have our group copy to do their pitch.
Okay, thank you.
Let's just do a quick call and we'll start in, let's say, 3 minutes. All right, we have all the judges back and let's start without further ado. So first, copy.
Thank you. We'll be starting with the video.
Every morning, my grandmother knew something was supposed to happen today. She just couldn't remember what. Singapore becomes a super aged society this year. 74,000 people here are living with dementia. Almost every tool built to help them starts by asking them to learn something new. So we didn't build an app. We built an agent that lives in the chat she already opens every day. She speaks Mandarin. It answers in Mandarin, out loud.
您早上吃一片5毫克的 donepezil hydrochloride，您晚上吃一片5毫克的 donepezil，请您放心，一切都很安全。
She sends a photo of her medicine. It reads the label and saves it for her daughter to confirm, because a system like this should never guess about medication. It reads her email and tells her only what matters, and it reaches out first when it's time. When she needs help, one word is enough. No app, no login, no new thing to remember. Just the conversation she already knows how to have.
You made it. Yes, I brought the groceries.
Aging well isn't about adding years. It's about keeping the life inside them.
Judges and fellow students, good afternoon. My name's Aaron. This is my good buddy, Adri, and we are Team Zeus. Kopi to every Singapore household is the same routine, it's reliable, it is the one constant in all our lives. So just like Kopi, we have made our own Kopi agent for dementia patients. Okay, this year Singapore becomes super aged society. I know you heard this in the morning, but here I am to reiterate it. 1 in every 11 Singaporeans over the age of 60 is suffering from early signs of dementia. And this is where we came in.
Every morning,
So there are hundreds of dementia apps. We're not going to build something new. So you look at her phone screen. Out of the 16 tiles there, we would have just been one of them. Probably unused. So we build no interface at all. All these dementia apps, they want the elderlies to get used to a new interface, learn new logins, learn new systems, make new memories of the one person who's losing the ability to make them. So there is no interface at all. Kopi lives in her WhatsApp chat that she has been opening for years. It's just one chat with 6 kinds of input. A voice note, whether it be Mandarin or English, or even both. Because the way we speak is not English or Mandarin, it's a mix of both. That is the Singlish way. It accepts text, Mandarin, English. It accepts a photo of a pill bottle or a recommendation letter from a doctor. It accepts PDF and location when she's in need.
meet Mei-Ling.
It is one message, just in one message, the agent will decide which tools to employ, whether it be OCR or calling upon the Google API.
She has already added AJ as her caregiver and emergency contact. AJ manages Mei-Ling's health information directly in Kopi. He uploads her latest blood work, and later, Mei-Ling can retrieve it without finding or interpreting the report herself. She simply asks, "What's my blood work?" Kopi retrieves the saved report and gives her a clear, understandable summary. AJ can also manage Mei-Ling's upcoming appointments on her behalf. Through the same WhatsApp conversation, he simply enters the appointment date, time, and purpose without needing to open another app or switch between different systems. Once the details are confirmed, Kopi saves the appointment to Mei-Ling's record and lets AJ know that she has been informed. This keeps both of them updated automatically. And on Mei-Ling's side, there is nothing new to learn. She receives a notification that a new appointment has been created for her. She can also ask, "What's my next appointment?" Kopi brings back the details she needs when she needs them. One familiar chat, patient and caregiver, always connected.
So you just watched 2 different conversations, and that's deliberate. So Kopi runs 2 personas. So with Mei-Ling, it's patient and warm. Short sentences, never rushed, and always reassuring. For a caregiver, it's very direct. Now the slide that matters the most. So a model is never allowed to invent a medical fact. So medication answers is verified against caregiver verified records. And then it passes an output card. If a drug name doesn't match, the response is rejected. So we're not asking you to trust the model. We built it so that you don't have to. Even when it matters most, the patient just needs to type one word: help. No AI in the loop at all. So if the system just matches the pattern in the database, her family will be alerted with her last known location. So even when the model is down, even when the whole API is down, SOS still works. Living in Singapore, code switching is second nature. Wei Ling might say, 我今天又去看Dr. Tan 人头 buy some groceries. So many other models, they may struggle when languages mix. But our copy, it takes in the entire sentence and replies naturally. Just the language she uses. So all of this is working today. It's not a concept. Deployed, live, and running right now. So you may wonder, maybe our AI was our major issue, but actually it's not. It's actually WhatsApp. So Meta Business API is very rigid. Strict formats, strict sentences. So we decided to build inside of these rules instead of around them. That's what makes them deployable and not immobile.
Okay, here's what makes it actually real. Agents are very expensive, but ours is not. It's under $1 for a household per month. Because we strongly believe that assistive technology shouldn't be only for those that can afford it. It should be, that defeats the whole point. It should be for everyone. Okay, so our roadmap from here, currently it supports, our current architecture supports 1-to-1. So whereby it's one caregiver and one patient. However, eventually, in more time, we want to build a many-to-many architecture whereby I'm able to have many caregivers to one patient, or one caregiver and many patients. That's how it usually is. Because the ratio of the caregivers is far lesser than the number of patients that are actually there. Okay, I think that's all the time that we have. So, judges, please, any questions?
So the question.
Can I ask more about the design of the agent? For example, how can you ensure that every demand of the caregiver or even the user itself, the elderlies, can be satisfied by this AI agent? How do you ensure that every API is open to you or even MCP is available? For example, if you are saying to making a booking to a certain clinic, right? How can you make sure that this can be done by the AI?
Okay, right now it only supports Google. So Google Calendar, Gmail, all that. It is not every skill that is open to as of now. But here's where practicality comes in. Like we believe that these are the only few APIs they would require. Their email whereby they get all the hospital letters or whatever. Or yeah, that's about it. So we haven't added any more beyond just Google API.
Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation. It's very engaging. I have one question regarding the feature that you made that even the phone or API itself is offline or unavailable. If you tap like SOS, it will still able to reach out to someone that is going to help.
Okay, what this meant, right, was we are using the system whereby she sends the text, it goes through Twilio. Then it goes to Railway. So and Railway reaches out to Gemini, or we can also use the Hyun HY3 language model. So removing, if the Google API is down, that means the Gemini would be out. However, the Railway service would still need to be active, and it can reach back to Twilo, then to a caregiver. So what we meant was, if the Google API is down, it will still work fine.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
I've got a question. Firstly, thank you for your presentation. I think it's a super interesting topic. The key point of any kind of a piece of software or any hardware is the user, right? I saw a lot of stuff in here about sharing medical records with caregivers and this type of stuff. I'm kind of curious about what research you did before designing the agent about the kind of day-to-day lifestyle of your kind of user base and what kind of what they needed help with. So like what was your user research kind of process for this?
Okay, I understand what you're asking about. So my grandmother, she passed away, but she suffered from Alzheimer's, which is a subset of dementia. But and the caregivers were two elderly patients as well, and so the most difficult thing for them, right, was to manage their appointments and the appointments of the person they're taking care of. But then they knew how to use WhatsApp. That was like the only app they know how to use. I don't know how it is in China, but in Singapore, like that's literally the only app they knew how to use. So by creating another app, it wouldn't make sense. So we integrated into WhatsApp, and we kind of tested how it will be tested with. We asked our close contacts, does this make sense? Is it viable? Of course, there was no real world study done in that sense, but we asked for viability through personal connections. That's about it.
Great idea integrating with WhatsApp. Just one quick question. Have you thought about what if you're sharing lots of sensitive information through WhatsApp, right? Through your app, and it's third party. What if WhatsApp bans you because you're sharing, you're literally integrating with WhatsApp, and also you're sharing with third party of payment, health, PII information, personal records, even possibly bank account information, right? It's very easy that you guys get banned within the first month of your launch. What happens then?
100%, yes, but that's why we haven't done any bank accounts or anything. It is more of just limited to OCR, which is object content recognition. So it recognizes the pills. We haven't really incorporated for banks or more sensitive data. And we are not selling a medical device. We are just helping the caregivers set reminders and just go on to help the dementia patients go on with their daily lives. That's about it.
Okay, thanks so much, Kobe.
Hello. Thank you, Team Kobe, for the very easily understood AI agent. And next, let's move to Physio Vision. Let's welcome the next group. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Yi Hui, and this is Physio Vision, an AI-powered home rehabilitation companion. Okay. Physiotherapy does not end at clinic, but support often does. So at home, elderly may forget the correct movements, there's no real-time feedback, and they have greater risk when exercising alone. So I believe that aging well is not only about living longer, it is also about mobility and independence. And this problem is not only for the patients, as Singapore is facing increasing pressure on the physiotherapy side, as shown by the long waiting times for appointments. These are some statistics. So aging is an increasing problem in Singapore, and many elderlies face mobility issues. So these are also some statistics. Research have shown that exercise decreased fall by 23%, reduced mortality risk by 22%, and reduced dementia by 20%. So this led to our idea PhysioVision. PhysioVision supports two types of users, one with physiotherapy already, and one for general wellness track without physiotherapy. Moving on to features. So they can choose whether they have physiotherapy when they log in. For the general wellness path, they first indicate what they want to improve on, and we'll have a safety screening. So basically, if they have any medical conditions, they are not allowed to use the general wellness in case if their conditions worsen. So after that, they can specialize what they want. For example, they can choose if they want to prioritize on the right side, left side, or both, and what intensity of the movement they want. They can also add additional requirements by communicating with our AI. So it's not a one-way communication. So this is the dashboard. So basically it tracks the movement trend, the pain, and users can also request for professional physiotherapy if needed. So if there's a decreasing trend shown, the AI will actually recommend them to apply for a physiotherapy. So they can apply directly through our website. And I've also added multi-languages and different text sizes to improve the accessibility for elderlies. And this is the page for patients with physiotherapies. And their exercises are pre-assigned by physiotherapy, so there will be no AI use at all. Not at all, sorry. So if they want to book a consultation, our AI can draft the message for them so that they don't have to type the message. They can also draft the message by speaking to improve the accessibility. And before moving, our model will first track their standing position and one repetition of the movement so that it can calibrate joint angles specific to them instead of doing a one-size-fits-all standard. Pain level is also recorded before and after to ensure that they are well enough. And ours use voice recognition, so basically you don't have to press anything or type anything. Everything is through voice for easy access. And if users can update their emergency contact and verify their emergency contact. If a fall is detected, exercise will be stopped and it will ask if the user is okay. If the user did not respond in 60 seconds, we'll initiate a call directly to the emergency contact. We have a demo video of that later. Okay, so once the session is complete, we will have repetitions, movement quality, pain, and recovery automatically recorded for them. And there will be a trend if they're doing it for there will be trend over time. Okay, so we wanted to test that our movement analysis is not arbitrary values. So we use physiotherapy supervised rehabilitation in correct and incorrect movements. So okay, as you can see, the result for the correct movement is 100, while the result for the incorrect movement is 70. It also identifies why is it incorrect, such as the squat is too deep and excessive torso lean. So this demonstrates that we can identify meaningful differences in movement quality. Moving on to the therapies dashboard. Patient activity can be monitored, and for example, if the therapists feel that the patient is well enough, they can directly discharge them through the website. They can assign the movements directly for them on the website, and they can also book consultation with them. We also have an AI for the physiotherapies. So basically, they can key in the patient name, what symptoms do they have, and it will generate something for them. So they can choose the recovery stage that they are in. They can also edit the answers of the AI so that it is clinically correct. Okay, and they can also see who requested for support. So basically on the general wellness side, they can request for support. So they can also see why they request and what they can do. They can either decline or accept them. Okay, this is an example of the AI generated response. So our assistant is to guide them, not to replace them, as we train it on a data, we build a knowledge base using Massachusetts General Hospital information. Moving on to AI usage, I think I don't have time. I showed the demo video.
A possible fall and stop the exercise. Okay, tell me how you feel, or use one of the large buttons. We did not receive a response. The exercise and anyone nearby should check on you and call 995 if urgent. PhysioVision is checking whether your verified emergency contact can be alerted. It will not call 995 automatically.
PhysioVision detected a possible fall involving Sarah Lee on August 15, 2026 at 15:47 UTC and could not confirm that they are okay. Please contact them now. If they may be unconscious or need urgent help in Singapore, call 995. This automated alert does not mean an ambulance has been
Because we're not
dispatched.
supposed to call 995 directly, because we're still testing. So in case any mistake is done, and yeah, okay. I think this is a example of how.
Before we begin, how is your pain right now? Please give me a number from 0 to 10. I heard that your pain is 5 out of 10. Is that correct? Pain level confirmed. Camera setup will begin in 3 seconds. Stay near your device. If your browser asks for camera access, choose allow. I will tell you when to step back after the camera starts. Camera is ready. Now step back until your required joints are visible. Let's personalize movement recognition before you begin. Hold your standing position with your full body visible. Hold still after this instruction. I will measure automatically and tell you when to move. Starting position saved. Move into a comfortable squat position. This is your only calibration movement. Hold the position. I will measure automatically. Personalized movement recognition is ready. Your target is 10 repetitions. I will say when all 10 have been counted. Keep your full body visible until then. After this instruction, say "Hey guide" followed by your question whenever you need help. Keep both feet flat and keep the chair beside you. Bend both knees and hips slowly as if sitting back toward the chair, only as far as comfortable. Then stand tall to complete 1 repetition. Begin now.
Just me doing the repetitions. I would also like to add something that I've skipped before. Basically, there's live movement guidance. So if there's any problem, you just say "Hey guide" and you will answer all your questions. So any questions?
I wonder if you've already done any like market research or is there any like existing app that's have a similar function as yours, and what's your competitive edge compared to those existing ones?
Yes, I've done some. So basically, out of all the competitors that I did, some is not like specific to Singapore, some is not connecting patients to physiotherapies. So either they lack in some of the parts of the like in the functions of your website. So basically, my website actually, it kind of like targets elderlies and elderlies in Singapore more specifically, because I'm actually looking out to collaborate with physiotherapists in Singapore so that it can yeah. And the website that I've searched, I forgot the name, I'm so sorry about that. But basically, it can either only provide exercises to elderlies or either provide help for physiotherapists. There's rarely any that connects both. And even if it connects both, I think they're not based in Singapore. So they only based in US and they're not targeting Singapore market.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I'm kind of curious about the setup process. How are you expecting the elderly people to set this up by themselves? Because there's the UI is very, very dense.
Yes.
There's a lot of text, there's a lot of information, a lot of technical terms. I saw that there was the squat was incorrect because it's more than 90 degrees, and I go to the gym every week and the feedback freaks me out, and I'm relatively young and tech savvy. So I'm kind of curious about your user testing with actual old people.
Okay, I see. A very good question. So I do understand that my website has a lot of functions. So basically, we try to make it we try to make it simple for elderly. So during the instructions, as you can see just now, we don't say anything like your angle is more than 90 degrees. It will just say something, you squat for 2 deep, something like that. You lean 2 in front. So I did make it specific such that it is easy for elderlies. And then we also try to include audio inside. So most of the thing is by speaking so that it will not be hard for them. And actually, I feel that the design of the website is simple. It's just that there's too many sections. That's why when I present to you, it's a bit complicated, right? But if you just choose one path, it will be very simple for you. Because when you log into the dashboard, basically there's only 2 tabs. One, your movement, and one is the trend. That's all. And then if you want to request, there's a big word below, request for physiotherapies. And book consultation is also quite big. And then the languages and the text size, they can also adjust based on their need. But in the future, I think I will add a guide when they log in, and that guides them on how to use this website, how to use the features, all those. Because I understand that the features is a bit too much.
Thank you for your presentation. And as you said, there is a lot of features in your product. And this is a track on agent.
Mm-hmm.
Can you take one of these features, tell us quickly how the agent can automate it so that it will be much easier to use?
Okay, so you mean how I can use AI to make this easier?
For this track is agent.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I have. Yes. For agent part, I have embedded AI for the personalized training plan. So basically, AI creates the training plan for the general wellness. That's how AI is used. And during the movement guide, AI can also speak and communicate with the users. So that one is also part of the AI agent embedding into our website. Physiotherapy site also have added an AI function where the AI will create the exercise plan for them so that it saves their time. So the plan will be created automatically, and the physiotherapists can edit it directly and send directly to the patient side. So there's not much things they have to do. And if you want added AI functions so that it can help the user in accessibility, like what I just said, maybe we can add a guide for new users, and that one can be AI guide. So they can ask the AI questions on how to use the whole and navigate through the whole website.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for PhysioVision. It is a very clean setup. So now let's invite Shen Ben, the next team, to come and do their pitching.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before we begin, please think of one song that instantly brings someone to mind. Music can reach memory before any menu or instruction. We are Team 元和. 声伴 is an AI music companion designed first for older adults to help people express themselves naturally, act safely with AI, and always keep the final choice. By 2030, around 1 in 4 Singapore citizens will be aged 65 or above. Inclusive everyday technology is therefore not a future concern. It's a design responsibility today. Older adults are not short of insistent. The barrier is that many digital products ask people to search, classify, configure, or even learn prompt writing first. A natural need can appear. Under that interaction burden, technology should adapt to people, not the other way around. Shengban brings with one natural sentence, such as, I miss my partner tonight, and I can't settle my mind. The system doesn't guess and act immediately. It first lets the user review and edit the voice transparent. Then it reads only relevant contact notes, credits, existing music, and daily rhythm, and proposes one bounded action. Music generation happens only after explicit approval. Finally, the agent must verify and explain the result. Shengban brings together companion, daily rhythm, and music postcard. But these features are only the means. The real outcomes are dignity, to be heard in the moment, independence to keep daily life user-owned, and adjustable, and connection to create and share meaningful music memories. Dignity, independence, and connection. That is how Shengban supports aging well. Now, let's see them come together as a single, complete experience.
Action in focus. Standard mode opens the full music, rhythm, friends, and account toolkit. Tap speak and describe the moment naturally. Text remains available whenever voice is not convenient. Before anything is generated, the recognized words appear as editable text. The user corrects the request, then confirms it. Shengban restates the intended outcome in plain language. The user can confirm it or go back to edit. The agent checks 3 tools: the music library, daily rhythm, and credit balance. Its proposed action stays visible. Before generation, Shengban shows the musical settings, the 2 credit cost, and the remaining balance for explicit approval. Approval starts generation. The finished piece opens in a real player and can be saved, downloaded, shared, or used as a ringtone. For the revision, the user keeps the same piano phrase, makes it lighter and slightly faster, and adds gentle rain. The original stays intact. How this music was made shows the confirmed input, tool results, approval, and next editable choices. The friends list supports search, requests, profiles, and intentional music sharing in a familiar layout. The user selects Yaoya first. Her name follows into postcard creation, while sending still requires a separate confirmation. A postcard can start from voice, text, or an authorized message. Here, the user writes a greeting and keeps a calm folk arrangement led by piano, acoustic guitar, and light strings. The completed postcard plays before sharing. The user can then choose a friend or use the system share sheet to send it through messaging and social apps. Daily rhythms turn confirmed routines into reminders, optional downloaded music playback or voice companionship, with every schedule still editable.
Checkboard that only returns text. A user confirmed need become a bounded plan. The agent reads 3 pieces of real context: credit balance, existing music, and daily rhythm. It proposes an action. Generate music can run only after approval, and the result is verified and explained. The model may suggest, but any consequential action is governed by several side rules and user consent. For Shengban, trust is not fine print. It's a product feature. We don't diagnose or replace professional care. There is no silent voice cloning. Recordings and generated files are provided by default, and long-time preferences are saved only by choice. For older adults, knowing what the system does and does not do is as important as what it can do.
So this is a technical architecture for our app. So I have already implemented an Android app and have a in testing now, and we plan to publish to older people later. And also we have involved many technology inside it. And also I have integrated some set-part AI models such as face staff to generate music, and also some OpenAI also involved. And this is our team introduction, and literally, as my teammate has already said, older people for 1 year as the music therapist. Okay, that's the I think that's the end of my presentation.
Okay, so due to time issue, we're gonna take only 2 questions.
Actually, I have 2 questions. One. Okay, so thank you very much for explaining your agent and how it makes decision in the environment and have a human in the loop here, which is the decision. Now, I'll make my one question with 2 parts.
Okay.
How do you cater for elderly who is in the human in the loop here and not necessarily want to make all the decisions themselves, just want the AI to make the decision for them? And how do you do the loop so that the decisions, the agents would do the final improvements without the humans in the loop all the time?
Because we, as an AI agent, we should know what's the current status of the old people. We should know what's the feeling. So we should reinforce that we should to input the feeling such as to speak or even to correct his speaking, and later we can, based on his feeling, his requirements, later we can generate the AI music which fit for us.
So in the beginning, for the setup, to calibrate, yes.
Yeah, should be.
But I think in the future, if you want to make this better, human in the loop or elderly should be minimized so that there be a faster automation.
I see.
And they just criteria to define the end reasoning to be more generic, more high level.
So maybe you have the norm of important function in my app. So there is a daily legal. So he can set his agenda, which for every time what he should do, such as to sleep for a good sleeping, or at the morning should do.
First block, high level, very high level.
High level. So we can according based on his schedule in this app, and we can generate the suitable music for him automatically without any human collaboration or input. Yes, it's my answer. Thank you for the suggestion. We already consider about.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Actually, my question is, I think, quite similar or has similar concerns. I think the kind of the AI agent side of this is super impressive. The ability to go in and make changes and like update the music, like on an AI side, it's really impressive. But from like the age well theme side, I'll admit that I do not see what is about the age well concept here. It seems to me like a very good consumer grade AI agent. I don't get the age well relevance, and I'm wondering if you could kind of explain a little bit more about what about this AI agent is specifically related to the theme of Hackathon.
What's the AI agent?
I mean, what's the relationship between this product and Age Well?
Age Well, okay. So because this product is literally is a product manager. He designed an idea because he have already served many old aged people because he's a music therapist in many communities. So he may know his requirements. And this app is towards the aged people, and also have the simple mode or standard mode. For simple mode, it's just towards the older people for them easily. User experience and do the operation very easily. Just speaking and just AI music for his well-being, for his healthy, for his improvement of his life qualities. So this app is really towards the older people, and also not only older people, also some requirements. Some people who have this requirement to recover from this app by the AI music.
Okay, thank you very much.
We would love to take more questions, but due to time, unfortunately, we have to end it here. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for listening. Now let us let the judges do the gradings, and we will move on to our next team, Jericho. Yes. Yeah, so we originally have a team who is joining us on Zoom, but however, due to some time constraints, we'll just move on to the last team for this track, Jericho.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. We are from Team Jericho. So who here has parents or like grandparents or like family members who have Alzheimer's? I'm sure most of you here has it. So this is our implementation on helping or solving those who has Alzheimer's or those who are dealing with dementia. So next. Alright, so this is what we have in mind. So basically a 3D AR glasses with the camera on top and the microphone on the side, and with the screen inside the glass. Alright, but for demonstration's sake, we can't really showcase that. It's just the POV of the glasses. So let's start with how we built the app. Alright, so as you grow older and when you have like diseases such as dementia or Alzheimer's, you seem to have issues with memories, medication, you don't know what you're taking, paperwork, recognizing people, and also staying connected with texting or social media. So we implemented Project Jericho. So one orchestrator agent, which is Jericho, and we have our 10 sub-agents, which is Snap, Hold, Read, Face, Pay, Ask, Watch, Build, Meshes, and SOS. So all of these agents have their own features and their own job list for them to execute based on whatever instruction that is given to them. So let's start with the first one. So this is the main implementation for this. So we built an Remind app, which is a machine learning / identification tracker. We use Dino V3 and also together with YOLO V8 for this. And on top of that, we use a layer of LLMs to basically process what's on the what's on the screen and whatever you're seeing. So let's start with the video, the first video. Alright, as you can see, it goes through like a lot of tracking, and from this we kind of like extract out all of the data of what's on the screen, and within the few seconds that it's providing, it shows like we get an extraction of basically JSON files of what is identified, how many instances, and how do we what the object is exactly. So next. So how does it come to implementation for this? So basically, you can just prompt the AI agent through voice.
Okay, hey Jericho. I'm wondering, have you seen my teddy bear? I can't seem to find it.
I found your teddy bear in the desk area. It's been seen there multiple times, so it should be easy to locate. Would you like me to help you look for anything else?
Yeah, as you can see.
So maybe it's not too clear to you. So basically, from what I scanned just now on the table, I prompted just using voice, because elderlies, they're not really tech savvy. They don't really know how to like type, use, or basically use technology. So we make our UI as minimal as possible and everything as voice integrated as possible. So I just asked it, so hey Jericho, where is my teddy bear? Can you find it? And it basically, as you can see on the top left there, it shows me a screenshot of it and a bit of text, and we use like a speech API provider to make the voice more like, sounds very reasonable and sounds more like a human rather than like a AI or a bot. So that's how it responds. So next, under the see and understand, we also have like a few extra features on top of it. So we have a snap, which is basically you take a medicine on your hand. You can basically just snap and it'll show you what is it, how is it used, and what's the use case of it. You can ask like through your voice also, whatever you're looking at, just use your voice and just prompt it what you want to ask. We also read, which is directly help you read whatever it is you have on screen, and also the build, which is more or less a summarizer. Let's say you want to know there's like the bill. There's so many tags on it. You just want to know how much do I have to pay and when is it due. So that's what it does. So I'll go through a bit of example here. This is for the read. So I just press the button and just keep it there.
Club directed a creative team to design and publish the school magazine from scratch, overseeing layout architecture, content curation.
Just older people in general, they can't really see or read very much. So we use the text-to-speech to basically help them read things out loud. So because they just don't have great vision. So next. And this is the example for the electric bill. So you can just press the button and they basically summarize from whatever information they've seen to tell you.
This looks like an electricity bill from Tenaga Nasional. The total amount is RM 782.30, and it's due on 04 May 2026.
Yeah, how much your bill, when is it due? That's all they tell you. based on just the press of a button. And that's the medication guardian. So basically, so just snap a picture of any medicine and it'll tell you what it does.
And already scanned Oralite Orange today at 9:14 a.m. If you already took it, please do not take it again. This looks like Oralite Orange oral rehydration salts. It helps replace body fluids and electrolytes when you have diarrhea.
Alright, and finally the talk. So you can just talk to it, ask about little things. Where did I leave things? What medicine I've taken today? Who was here? Who did I talk to? And it's able to tell you all of this. So, and also one of our best features, we have the facial recognition, using retina face and arc face. So if you just put my face in front of it, but lively, you can just basically it shows like who you are and the label of like what you are towards the user. And finally, the stay connected. You can just talk from voice. It can help you send out message to your caregiver. So just say whatever, and basically it just prompts the text towards Telegram, and your LLM will basically tell the caregiver whatever the.
Hey
whatever you're
grandson,
saying.
I need vegetables and I need a kilo of
There you go. On the board itself, it'll like message you like what's going on. And finally, this is the alert SOS feature. So let's say you go through something traumatic, you fell or something happened to you. You just say like some phrases. We have like trigger words because we use like passive ambient listening. So whenever you say like keywords like I've fallen, I can't get up, or you have like chest pain, it basically send a SOS prompt, and it'll send to your caregiver and let them know what's going on and have a screenshot of whatever you're looking at right now. So I'll demonstrate with the video. Someone was fell, and yeah.
Oh no.
So yeah, you see that screen there? Okay, that's the end frame, right? See, instantly they'll say like sending emergency, and this is what you're gonna see. See, emergency. Granny needs you. I need help. She fell. Where's the location? And what she's looking at. What's the last scene? So that's how it's gonna look like. So, all right, time's up. That's all from us.
Okay, now same problem. Due to the time, we can only accept 2 questions. So
I'll probably take the first one. So first of all, very impressive in terms of the engineering and also the technicality of it. I want to just comment on one thing that is regarding one of the features I probably wanted to add on, which is basically I just name it this guy. I see what he sees. So basically, for this particular application, probably can like design it into 2 different moods. But the first one is basically the self-service mood, least interaction with the elderly. The second one is sort of like guardian mood, right? So basically, as a son, I want to see what my parents sees. And for example, he's browsing the internet. He don't know what it is. It's basically he just like switch it on, and I can just see remotely, and I can tell him, oh, what that is and what should you do. Like for example, click next button or do something else, right? So basically, this is something I just want to comment on. Yeah.
Or like a suggestion for future.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good implementation.
Yeah, we see a lot of human-centered design here. It's very impressive. And my question is about, I'm not sure if you mentioned or not, which model do you use for all these like features?
Okay, for my LLM, I use GLM 4.2, I believe. For my voice to text, I kind of selected a specific model from Fish API. So they have like, you can basically choose voice models for them. And I try to pick like a younger girl's voice because, you know, when you're older, you like to listen to like your grandchildren, you like kids, you know. So a friendly voice like that would help a lot. And for the vision model, I use Dino V8. This is a pre-trained model actually. So I use Dino V8 and YOLO V8. Dino V3 and YOLO V8. Yeah.
All right, thanks so much. That was an amazing presentation, and we had a lot of best quality presentations out here.
Thank you, Kyle. And now it is the anticipated 15-minute break. So let's everyone just go out, grab a refreshment, and please keep in mind that do not bring any food and beverages in here.
Just before that, we know everyone's been tired, but I would like to announce our show gratitude to our judges. So for that, we want our judges to go out first and grab food first. So the judges first, yeah, please.
Okay, everyone, please be back by 4:40. 4:40, please. Thank you.
I was born on a winter's morning, under the hand of an old man who was no longer in a hurry. He had waited years, written
Hello everyone, let's try to sit in the first few rows. So if you could move downwards, please. If you guys have contacts of any fellow participants, please kindly message them and tell them to hurry back so we can continue our next track. Thank you. All right, without further ado, let's begin first. So hopefully you guys have had a refreshing break just now. So let us start with our first presentation for the final track animation. First one, let's welcome Fu Chun Shanju Tu.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yao Ziyuan, a new master student right here at NUS School of Computing. I'm really into AIGC and traditional Chinese culture. The project is where they meet. Dwelling in the Fuchun Mountains, a 700-year-old painting telling her own life story in the first person. And here's the one sentence before everything else. The closing line of the film. I did not age without words. I age into meaning. That's my reading of age well. Not resisting age, but embarrassing every mark that made you. And here comes the production. How the film was made. Everything was made by Mira. And here are the 4 steps. First, I wrote the storyboard script with AI agent, 7x 14 shots, and every line of the monologue. And second, I generate a first frame for every shot to lock one visual style. Third, each frame was animated into video with Clean V3. And finally, the voice. The voice is generated with Minimax Speech 2.8. So let's meet the video.
Under the hand of an old man who was no longer in a hurry. He had waited 80 years to begin me. Mountains rose. Rivers opened. Then he pressed the first red seal into my paper. I was born on a winter's morning, under the hand of an old man who was no longer in a hurry. He had waited 80 years to begin me. Mountains rose. Rivers opened. Then he pressed the first red seal into my paper, the first mark of a life that would outlast him. A century passed. I was afraid. Seal upon seal. My paper grew yellow. My surface grew crowded. This is what time looks like, gathering on a body. An old master loved me so fiercely that he wished to take me with him into death. A flame leaned toward my edge. The fire took hold, then hands tore me free. I survived. But I was no longer whole, burned through, broken into two. These scars I would carry forever. Then came a golden hall and an emperor's ring. Seal after seal, falling like rain. He called it devotion. It felt like weight. He filled my silences with his verses, pressed his red over every empty space. War was coming. They sealed me into a wooden crate. Cold light. Hurried hands. Once more, I traveled into the dark. Trains in the night. Searchlights. Distant fire. I trembled in the crate, yet always someone kept me at the center and safe. The war fell quiet. The shaking stopped. Now I rest beneath a museum's cool white light. Every seal, every poem, every scar, visible at last. 700 years, written on a single sheet of paper. And you finally see me whole, which is to say, in two. Two halves, apart, still facing one another, across the gap. I did not age without wounds. I aged into meaning. To grow old is not to fade. It is to hold every mark that made you, and still be worth looking at.
So, why I chose this painting? Here are the three reasons. First, she already leaves the question, age well. She used to broken into yet still treasured. And second, her life is a complete story of aging. Birth, loss, fire, exile, separation. And in first person, a scroll stops being an object. She became self and character. And here are the 7 acts. And here's the climax frame of the video, the fire. And here are the other frames like the emperor and the exile. And finally, a part. Today she rests in 2 museums. The remaining mountain in Hangzhou and the master wheel scroll in Taipei, China. 2 halves a gap between them, still facing each other. 700 years written in a single sheet of paper. And here's the end credits. So come back to the topic, age well. To grow old is not to fade. It is to hold every mark that made you. In Chinese, 变老并非归于消逸，而是守住所有造就你的刻意。Thank you. If you'd like to see more of my work,
All right, thanks so much. Okay, now questions from judges.
Thank you very much. He's very good storyteller, and I love the story from the first person of the scroll. My question is more specific to the AI part. In all AI generated systems, there's flaw. There's things that are missing, details that are not correct, like when your writing is, you can see it's not real writing, it's AI generated. Have you done anything to help you improve these slopes, remove some of these slopes and make it more realistic? In the prompt that you ask Miura to use to generate the system, do you do something to make it better than just generate one?
Yes. So to be honest, I didn't use any specific prompts. I can choose to use some skills, but I did not because Mirror Agent can do it by itself. It has some inner skills in the mirror. So I just tell it to build one person first frames, and it can lock the visual style.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, due to time, that's all the questions we'll take. And
Thank you for the first presentation. And now judges also kindly remember to give the grades. But now that we have a lot of people back, let us have a case study presented by Serena Liu for students to have a better understanding of what Miura can do. So let us welcome Serena Liu from Tencent to come do a case study show about how to use Miura.
Alright, hello, thank you so much for having me today, and it's nice to see you guys here. And I have already seen you guys experience some like work body and Miura, and actually lots of people to use Miura, right? I think you guys actually heavily use the work body. So my name is Sereno, and I'm truly honored to be here to introduce Tencent's newest creative AI agent. It's Miura. And before I started, let me ask a question. When was the last time you had AI to make a image and a video for you? So for a lot of people, that is actually part of the daily routine now. So making a image or a video today is generally easy. So the trouble is actually everything that comes after, and the endless back and forth, the style and the content changing before the shots, and the work you made before that you cannot reuse today. And you never know what it will give you next time. So what is missing now is not speed, it's actually consistency, control, and reuse. And that is why we built Miura. And before I break it down, let's watch a short introduction video. Well, answer that question, let's rewind a little, go back to the time. That is time of how creativities to have evolved. You can see it goes from the single purpose tools like Photoshop, Illustrator, and to collaborative platforms like Figma, and to the generative AI tools like the Midjourney and daily validation works, and to AI-GC workflow platforms like Tableau, UI, and now to Mira. So the main change is actually the creative work is moving from using tools to creating with agents. A lot of people here have used and cannot live with codecs and code already, right? So Mira is actually trying to be like one of them. And with the tool, you can just operate it with an agile agent. It understands you, it remembers, and this is what Mira can offer. It is more like your assistant. The more you work with it, the better it knows you. So Mira is an agent creative studio that puts four things together. We have a creative agent, an infinite canvas, skill platform, and our memory system that makes Mira real different. So yeah, here is how it works. You give a brief and it understands what you actually want, and it creates many kinds of outputs, images, videos, 3D models, AI design, and web pages, even games. And everything it makes goes into your assets library, and from there it can go downstream. The key line is this one. From a single brief to a complete deliverable asset set, you do not get a pile of half-finished pieces to assemble yourself. So what makes Mira work? So there are three things: memory, canvas, and skills. And behind them, a whole team of agents doing the work. So how does one person work like an entire creative team? You start with a goal and a brief. The creative agent is a brain. It reads the brief, plans the work, and calls in the right sub-agents. The agents already know the process, so you're not assembling every step from scratch. And that agent team runs on the three things working together: memory, and canvas, and skill. And Mira actually has the memory system that remembers how you create your assets, your taste, and even your taboos. The more you use it, the more it feels like a personal creative partner. So the infinite canvas holds all the assets together on one, as was the skill platforms turns provable workflow into reusable skills. And memory keeps your assets and your style consistent over time. And to put it simply, the traditional way is switching between tools, rebuilding context, and you have to do it all over again. You have more like a translator, a carrier between different tools, and Mira is one studio, continuous context and full control by yourself. And here is a good part: you do not have to abandon your familiar tools. MCP connects Mira to the tools you already use. So Mira can read briefs and assets free from like Notion and Google Drive, and push finished work out to the like Meta ads, Instagram, and Slack. And while holding this talk overseas, look first and to the e-commerce and to coming next. And so let's finally go through some Mira creating process. So step one, you actually have the goal and you pick building expert skills to do your job. And then your outputs is on the canvas, and you can watch it work and step into any point, select the exact area you want to change, and to fix that one stop instead of regenerating everything. And then once the whole idea is locked, you can expand it. The same idea can become a full brand system, and because memory carries the context alone, so everything stays coherent. And then you can do the memory system. You can have the tests, and if you want to do a new project again, you have to just called memory. And Mira does not just remember how you create. When a workflow works, you can save it as a reusable skill and then use it on the next project or share with your team. And so let's see some Mira can actually make some cases study. So because our hackathon is about game and video, so let's start with some game development. This is a 2D character design demo. All assets, including environments, UI, and character basic action and effects, are all made in Mira. And this is how it does. And next, let's see a carol competitive mini game. First, I developed a basic playable pinball game, and then made the art and AI assets in Mira. And still in Mira, it combines the basic mini games and our assets together, and it ends up with this advanced full stack game. And that is the mini game. And next is actually a full set of character design development. So first, I asked Mira to research the character and create a concept based on some current game style and audience and its world building. For this character, I actually explored 3 different visual direction: heroic, streak, and cool, and ethereal. So this made these ideals easier to compare and to help the team choose the direction faster. It turns abstract creative discussion into a concrete options that are easy to compare and review. So it's helping the team align on the final direction much easier. And this is actually select the cool direction. So I continue work with the Mira to develop the character in greater depth. So first to use the 3 views to define her structure and the proportion. And then we redefine her identity through the weapons and accessory and shape her personality. And through the expression and the process and connect it with the character design to gameplay through a visual concept for the skills. And then I actually finalized the 2D details in place. Here I can turn this 2D design into 3D models. And the goal is actually not to create the final model, it's actually to check the character's proportion and structure and the silhouette from different angles. So once this 3D model done, I actually moved to the weapons in 2 stages. So we first tested some different shapes and the structural details, and then we moved to different colors, textures, metallic finishes, and glowing effects. And this actually helped us quickly find the weapon design that best matches with the character. And finally, we move into the motion design, including the character CG execution. for that, the G Mirror created a storyboard and animated concepts to test, and like the story, camera work, and the character performance. And next, I actually did some skills. So for that skill, it explored some key moments such as swan flight, special effects, and finally the acceleration animation. This actually allowed us to validate ideas before full production, align easier, and reduce the rework. And next, after you made a satisfying game you like to promote to the social, so you can actually make a social commercial like game trailer, video, or in Mirror. So let's see this one. Type apply of these cases are finished inside Mirror. No switching between apps or tools. And so for this one to come in Mirror, let's see the video quickly.
世人拜你的忠义，奉你为武圣。可香火到了阴司，都要过秤。若真是神，为何守不住荆州？若真是义，那些随你赴死的人，又该向谁讨命？如 不尽阴雾庙开，旧债重算。你是借回武圣之力，逆改救命，还是锁住一身神格，以凡人之身再走一遭
？Is up next. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Serino, for the introduction on how to use Mira professionally. Now let's welcome the next group, people who are always there to show us the students' understanding of how to use Mira. All right, let's move to the next group first and we'll circle back to them. So let's welcome The Way Home.
Good evening, everyone. We are glad to be here to present our project, The Way Home. Sorry. Hi, we are token learners from NPO. I'm Huyin, and here with me are my teammates Ruibin and Yongjia. Without further ado, let's roll the clip.
Where is this place?
It always appears at the right time.
Hope you all enjoy it. The Way Home is a short animated story that explores aging through the perspective of an elderly woman living with Alzheimer's. To the audience, she first appears as a lost little girl wandering through an unfamiliar dreamlike neighborhood, and the dog appears. The dog represents an AI-powered assistive system that quietly guides her, helping her navigate the world on her own terms. Through her journey home, the story brings together adaptive environments, AI assistant, family care, and neighborhood support to imagine a future where older adults can remain safe, connected, independent, and dignified. Next, we would like to share a few details that you might have missed out while watching. First, the blue light flashing on the dog's head indicates the dog is actually an AI-powered robotic companion. This shows that how smart technology can integrate seamlessly into our life, rather than requiring the girl to learn new skill or adapt to the technology adapt to her needs. In doing so, it supports her independence while allowing her to maintain a sense of dignity and autonomy. Second, a quick montage of her interaction with neighbors. This works in contrast to the fear while being lost earlier, showing that how a strong social network can sustain an elderly-friendly living environment. Third, we see footage recorded by the robot dog, filmed from a low angle. And this footage actually shows the elderly woman, not the little girl, subtly revealing that she has been an elderly woman all along. And this also shows the care stays discreet rather than making her feel watched or uncomfortable. Fourth, on her daughter's phone, we can see a map indicating her journey back home. She's being quietly watched over without even realizing it. And the dog in the background shows that the real pet dog was waiting for her at home. And finally, at the start, the other figure working alongside her are all elderly, foreshadowing her true identity. And this echoed in final review, mirroring the film core message. With the help of technology and her neighbors, she don't just find her way home, she finds herself again.
Okay, thank you, Luna. And now I will talk about our working process. This is how we work with Miura. Our creation process involves a 6-step workflow that combines human creativity and AI efficiency together, including story writing, AI-generated storyboard, design, video generation, editing, and finally review. First, we wrote the full story by ourselves, which included the emotional pacing, the main concept we wanted to convey, and the twist review, to make sure that the depth of our story will not lose to AI. Next, we use AI to convert the script into storyboards, breaking the story into shorts and clips, and that could guide us through the video generation. At the same time, we designed the character and the setting, creating reference art so that every character stays visually consistent throughout the entire film. AI generation can only generate at most 50 seconds at a time. So we fed each storyboard segment into the AI model, one scene at a time, generate short video clips based on our prompts. After that, we assemble the AI generated clips together, adding transition and soundtrack into our final films. And finally, it comes to human review and iteration. Whenever something didn't look right, whether it's a character inconsistency or a wrong camera angle, we go back, we edit our prompt, and we regenerate the entire films. So this is not a one-way process. It's actually a constant refinement. And this film, The Way Home, expressed our vision for a more inclusive and connected future. We hope that with the help of the technology, people from vulnerable groups such as the elderly and Alzheimer's patients can travel more safely, discover themselves, and experience a greater sense of independence. Most importantly, we envision a society that everyone feels seen, accepted, and included. And that's all from us. Judges, do you have any questions for us?
Due to timing, we'll have one question.
Oh, quick question. When you were breaking down each of the frames, what was the biggest challenge, or how did you find like Miura helping out in terms of keeping up the consistency when you're breaking up each of the frames and putting them together? I just want to know more about your user experience.
For this competition, I would say it's the budget of the credits. Okay. For information, we just have like 1,000 credits for an account. So we did not have that many space for the memory things. So we actually signed up at least 20 accounts for the 3-minute videos. So we just generate like something like this kind of curating setting card to send into every single account that we use and make sure that and also the background to make sure that they actually generate the same thing.
Sometimes the video generation is not very consistent, so we have to generate multiple times. And I can say like around 70% of our video cannot be used. Yeah, so I think there's a concern we find.
So sorry about that.
Alright, thank you guys very much for the very heartwarming video just now. Now for the judges to score, and let us move on to the next group, which is the people who are always there. Okay, good evening everyone. We are Studio 43. I am JP. This is Joshua. We actually have another teammate, but he's resting at home because he's unwell. So, before we begin creating our film, the people who are always there, we first ask ourselves, what does it mean to age well? Singapore is growing fast. As mentioned by Randy, by 2030, 1 in 4 of us will be over the age of 65, and over 87,000 elderlies already live in completely alone. Yet, in our story, we didn't want to frame elders simply as recipients of care, feral, passive, or just standing in the sidelines. We see them as individuals with wisdom, eager to connect, contribute, and truly thrive. That revealed the quiet reality of loneliness. Loneliness doesn't mean there's no one there. It can also start when elders feel like they're a burden and they start reaching back. They withdraw from the very people who love them. So, we thought to ourselves, from the courage to reconnect cannot always be from the people who reach out. What about the protagonists actually reach back? So that spark became the story of Akong, an elderly grandfather living alone in a HDB flat. We wanted to focus on a first-person POV because we want you to not just watch Akong's action, but to actually feel the silence of his world and the weight of his isolation. However, as you'll see in the video later, throughout his day, quiet gestures of love are hiding in plain sight, and a single object, an origami folded by his daughter, becomes a catalyst for everything that follows. Don't worry, I won't spoil too much. Passing it over to Joshua.
I am Joshua. So let's talk about how we structure our production pipeline. So firstly, we log in all our shots into our storyboard before any generation. Next, we generated our assets, such as characters, objects, and backgrounds all at once. Next, using Miura AI, we paired together all the shots together and generated audio such as background and music before rendering the video together. Now, let's look at how we actually use AI tools in generating our video, starting with asset generation. So prompt quality made or broke the video. vague forms like an old Asian guy with stick give us inconsistent and very generic outputs. But the moment we specify Akong's age, clothing, and even the details of the walking stick, it makes the character come to life and very much realistic, as shown above. Next, consistency carried into every asset. Adding details like slightly worn at the folds, kept, and handled over years made this origami weight crate from one that is very neatly folded, one that is very worn in, something that we wanted to instill as something the daughter gave to the old man. Next, this was also one of our roadblocks that we faced while generating the video, where we wanted to actually generate Akong walking on the lift, but instead we generated an elderly man, or actually an Indian elderly man coming out instead. So what we did was that we had to explicitly reference the correct character asset in the form to fix it. And this is what we did for the subsequent forms. So moving on, to make the film more authentically local, we grounded every background in Singapore, such as HDB flat interiors, void decks, and community gardens. And we also had Akong switch between Chinese and English in many of his conversations to reflect the bilingualism of everyday Singaporeans. Additionally, later on in our video, you can see that we actually used two different tones for the first half and the second half of the video to demonstrate how Akong really feels as he goes through his day. And lastly, creating the video wasn't smooth, and here are the three challenges. Firstly, since we generated shot by shot, characters sometimes came up inconsistent, forcing us to regenerate and make token management much harder. Secondly, audio hallucinations. It costed us extra regenerations and many more credits. And lastly, the model inconsistently recognized our uploaded assets and sometimes generated its own version instead. Hence, meaning more reformatting to fix these things.
Yet, bringing this vision to life with Mara AI was an eye-opening journey, and we walked away with 4 main takeaways. First, AI requires iteration. It takes patience to sculpt the output into something meaningful. Second, precision is everything. The clearer your prompts are, the more cohesive your visuals become. Third, we learned to plan first. Having a clear storyboard helped us maintain consistency and avoid generating unnecessary shots and assets. And lastly, perhaps most importantly, AI is a collaborator, not a replacement. It helped us build the world, but the emotion, intention, and the soul of the film were entirely human. AI is an instrument, but human judgment remains the compass. Now, I'm sure you guys are dying to watch the video, so without further ado, let's step into Akong's world together.
Saya.
爸，是我。这几天有点忙，没能过来看你，对不起。这个周末我会过去，给你带你最喜欢的蛋糕，好吗？记得按时吃饭，天气凉了，多穿点。
Here are some fresh fruits for you.
Oh, thank you so much. This is very sweet.
I'm glad you like it.
Still got your sweet tooth, huh? What can I say? You know me too well.
How are you doing today? Hmm.
有时候，孤独并是某有人爱你，而是忘得了看见那些一直都在的人。
So, are you guys have any questions?
Due to time constraint, we'll take one.
Thank you very much for showing us excellent video and sharing your learning points. Now, if you had to redo this again, AI as the collaborator, where do you think AI brings the most contribution to the process of generating video, and why do you think that's the case?
Okay, thank you for your comment. So I think if we redo it, right, we will probably add more transitions. As you can see throughout the video, there's definitely at a later part, definitely for transition from scene to scene, right? There's a bit of mismatch. I think we definitely have to work on that. But as talking about AI, right, we feel that AI greatly helps us in generating all these shots. As long as you generating all these shots and the assets, especially. Firstly, we heavily emphasize on the assets generation, because that's the base and foundation of the whole video, right? Because initially you just try to go straight to a shot without any asset generation, and it came out really bad because there's inconsistent entities in every different shot. So asset generation is obviously number one. That I feel that your AI have done a great thing here. And I think just creating the shot with your AI have been quite well done, but we could have done better in the transitions. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for this very heartwarming video. And next, let's move on to Team Mallow. Welcome. And also, judges, kindly just give the mic and we'll do the counting.
So we're gonna play our video first, and we're gonna play it on 1.5 times speed because of time constraints.
Ah, 谢谢。
哎呀，
I made your favorite today, huh? The one you've been asking for.
哎呀，对。
哎呀 how to use this Google 啊？
Marcus, remember to eat more. I cooked lots of food today.
Sorry, this one spoiled today. Have to use the Pay Now QR code.
Uncle, we don't have all day, eh? Oh, sorry. Uncle, do you need some help?
Sorry, Pa. We're too busy today to come over, so we call you to accompany you instead.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
What happened?
Sir, your card has insufficient pins.
How am I supposed to know if it doesn't show on the screen?
You can use that to top up.
I don't know how to use. Help me top up. Marcus, I've reached. Marcus, how was your day? How was school? Good grades? Made any new friends?
Yeah.
Boy, you used to love these when you were young. You want to build it together now?
Bro, nobody plays with toys anymore. I'd rather you buy me a $50 gift card for my game.
This used to be your favorite. Come on, let's build it together.
Hi everyone, I'm Yuning and this is Xiaohan and we are Team Malo. So what you have just watched is our short film and we'll just get right into the film analysis. So the topic of our film is digitization, and we chose this topic because modern technology has become increasingly pervasive throughout our daily lives. We see it everywhere, at school, at work, etc. So we chose this topic. Moving on to our target group, we chose to focus on elderly living alone because we found through research that the number of elderly living alone has increased over the years, specifically it has doubled over the past decade. We also found that elderly living alone are more vulnerable to social isolation, which is one of the core challenges that we explore in our film. So keeping this in mind, the aim of our film is to raise awareness. So like for any problem solving, the first step is always to raise awareness. And so we want to raise awareness about the inner world and the challenges that elderly living alone may face. And in doing so, we want to bridge the mutual understanding between the audience and the target group. So going straight into the challenges faced, The first challenge is about social isolation, and we see that across three key scenes, namely Marcus choosing his mobile game over Junjie. Secondly, his family video calling instead of visiting, and thirdly, Marcus choosing his mobile game over the Lego set. So across all these scenes, what we see in common is that technology supersedes its traditional adjacents, and in doing so, it becomes a conduit driving social isolation instead of bridging social connection. The second challenge is high barriers to entry. So we know that technology in general is made to be efficient and convenient, right? But what about accessibility? So we see that Junjie, our main character, struggles to use Google and also to use the MRT gantry, and we see that because technology is not designed with accessibility in mind, it creates a barrier instead of helping make their lives easier. Yes. So our last challenge is about resentment. So we also see that as Randy mentioned earlier, elderly may struggle to use modern digital interfaces such as PayNow, and this makes nearby passerbys agitated, and it causes a form of digital ageism where elderly face prejudice due to their difficulties navigating digital technology. Yes.
Okay, so moving to our overall insights, we want to show that technology not only just makes life more difficult, but actually creates its own independence and agency. It creates an exclusion from everyday activities. It also causes him to depend on external assistance when he's trying to navigate this digital world. And all in all, this is to live a passive lifestyle, as it's hard for him to navigate on his own. And so he's regulated to the sidelines of his own life. And this shows a deeper contradiction where technology, which is something that's actually invented to create more convenience and more connection for people, actually causes the opposite effect in Junjie's own life. And this is due to a lack of inclusivity in the design. And thus, our key takeaway is that it's not that Junjie cannot keep up with technology, but it's rather that technology cannot keep up with his needs. Moving on to our use of AI in our short film. So while generating the assets for our characters, we didn't focus from the point of view of like a visual design. We actually provided the Miura AI agent with like the characters' personalities, their relationships and hobbies. And so that Miura can generate the characters to have like looks that represent these specific details. For example, our main character Junjie is meant to be an elderly man who is struggling to navigate the modern society, and thus is more traditional where reflects that. And we did the same character profiling for his family members as seen by the rebellious grandson. So for our environment or scene assets, we didn't generate it from the point of like just a purely physical space also. Instead we fed the Miura AI agent some recurring objects and motifs, some symbolic objects, and like foreshadowing details. This can be seen by Junjie's living room. We can see that it's very cluttered, and it's a very traditional HDB building, and it's filled with a lot of like mementos, like the photos of his family and like the Chinese snacks, the calendar, all of which were like assets that we generated, which is a very stark contrast to Jingyang's living room, which is a very clean and modern environment. It's like almost sterile. And also another point to note is the cool lighting in Junjie's room, which shows his isolation, as opposed to the warm French lighting in his son's living room. And in order to furnish these physical places with more details, we provided descriptions of like the props, the lighting, and the furniture and character specific details, which is exemplified by Marcus's alien plushie. Because we decided to make these characters more personal, more like human. So we gave him like an interest in alien plushies, and it's a recurring visual motif. And it's also a wordplay on the word alienation to show the alienation and isolation that Junjie goes through. And we also have Marcus's Lego, which occurs at both the start and end of the film. And also, most importantly, we have the digital clock, which brings in the stuff every day, which to show how monotonous and almost cyclical his life is. And at the end of the film, instead of seeing the alarm, the audience actually just only hears it, but that's enough for them to know that this signals the start of another day in his life where time passes but nothing much really changes. Thank you.
We'll take one question as well.
Thank you so much for using Miro so well. And I guess our question is, for the next creating a video, what tricks, what skills you learn from this development you can use for the next time for yourself or for the mirror actually.
One very important thing when working with this AI agent is that you have to be really meticulous. It's like, for example, when we're generating like our sample scenes at the start, like the scene that happens every day of him waking up and like brushing his teeth and going up. And even though we made like our prompt was like 5 paragraphs or something, 3 paragraphs long. Actually, there was like inconsistencies and like extra details that the agent added, which we didn't anticipate it was bad. And then we realized that we actually have to be very comprehensive when like designing our prompts.
To add on to her answer, I think something really important that I learned was like the visual asset generating to create the world building. So doing so, I mean, when we first started, we didn't do that at first, and we realized that was very inconsistent and it wasn't very nice. So what we did is that we did what she mentioned, like all the visual asset generation, like the characters, the rooms and whatever, which help us ensure visual continuity throughout our entire film. Yeah.
Yeah, because I see a lot like the consistency of the character in a video and also the reuse a lot of the shots as well. That's a brilliant idea, actually. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm really liking the video editing in this video. It's a loop. Yeah. The Junjie, right? The Junjie, he gets up and he waiting and he gets some food and waiting and he feels this day and it's a loop. Yeah. It's silence in the background. You don't have any BGM, but I'm very impressed by this video. And how do you guys come up with this idea? Is the loop?
So actually I think you identified the point of making this loop is to like really enforce the monotony of his routine and how he goes through a very like boring and almost passive lifestyle. And also what you mentioned about no background music was also intentional because he wanted to like really reinforce that cold, like silent energy, which is honestly pretty reflective of what his daily life would be like because it's just silent because he's just on his own and he doesn't really have social connection.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Team Mello, for the very sentimental video. And while the judges do the marks, let's invite the last group of this track, Team Tai Chi, to do their final presentation. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Nawaz and this is my partner Anna. And our film is titled Tai Chi. So I'll just quickly show you guys the video.
so sorry. We won't be able to make it back this year.
It's okay. You all take care.
Okay, so thanks for watching our video. So the logline is relatively simple. It's an elderly grandmother who we refer to as Ama, and about her daily Tai Chi routine being interrupted by early Chinese New Year. So in this story, the quiet neighborhood community that she never really noticed that she had built shows up to celebrate with her. Okay, so before I get more into the concept of the story, I actually want to share how we broke up the building process into different phases. So after experimenting with the limited credits that we had, we decided on 5 main stages in order to ensure better visual consistency throughout the entire film. So the first stage was character designs, where we generated model sheets for every recurring face in the film. So from the grandmother to all the background characters, we all generated that beforehand. Secondly, the background sets with no characters. So this is like the HDB interior, the exterior, yeah. And 3, the keyframes. So in this phase, we combined the things we generated in 1 and 2 to create static reference frames for each scene throughout the film. And after that, clip generation, where we generated the animated clips themselves in short clips rather than one long prompt to not overload the instruction. And lastly, we stitched everything together and layered the piano score on top to complete the whole animation. So here's a little peek at what our Miura workspace looks like. Not the workspace, but the agent that we use. So we ran a custom multimodal setup, deliberately prioritizing cost effectiveness to work around the limited credits for the challenge. Okay, now on to the story that we decided on. So we decided to focus on the coexistence of independence as well as connection. And we deliberately decided to avoid the lonely, sad old person trope that's often overused, as not all people may view living alone the same way. Okay, Ama may live alone, but she isn't necessarily lonely. She's shown to find peace and contentment in her daily Tai Chi routine. And one more deliberate choice was our visual style. So we went with a cartoonish look rather than anything hyper-realistic to make it more warm and appealing to general audience. We also used local elements such as the HDB setting and a multiracial community to create a more familiar scene for local audiences. Our target audience is specifically quite broad. So this is because the message applies to anyone for the most part. We may feel okay being alone, but community is still important and can show up for us in moments where we may need it most. And both elderly viewers as well as the people around them can relate to this, showing both that aging well doesn't fall solely on the elderly or their caretakers, but everyone in the community, and that family can be found in the people who are already around us, if it's given the chance to show up. Yeah. So the story was mainly divided into 3 acts. Firstly, focusing on her routine and the contentment she has in her daily life. So we used visual cues such as Ama's blouse changing color or changes in the lighting to signal the passing of days without needing to use a narration or any calendar visuals. Yeah. And Act 2 is the crack where Chinese New Year comes around and Amma is shown setting up decorations, and the phone rings revealing that her family isn't coming. And lastly, Act 3, where Amma goes back to continue her daily routine, but this time, before she begins, the characters from her neighborhood show up, and the community, we realize that the community was there all along. Nobody swoops in to save her, and it's the exact same faces from Act 1, just showing up on a special day.
So as you guys can tell, the whole film has actually little to no dialogue. The story is entirely carried by staging and choreography and how people move around to see how and what they feel. So the piano motif tracks Ama's inner state directly, a full and warm in Act 1, a fragmented one in Act 2, and rebuilding its strength in Act 3 as the group comes and follows together. So this is actually more of a more executive decision done on our part. We wanted it to be, the storyline to be exposed to something like Mr. Bean. Very easy, very simple, very visual, and very easy to follow with nothing that requires background knowledge to catch up on any point of time in the film. So they should be able to follow exactly what's happening and feel it without needing much dialogue and prior context to catch up. So on the production side, style lock-in came first. Multiple character model sheets to keep every character consistent from scene to scene. Lighting does a lot of the emotional work for us too. A gradual dawn to sunrise progression across Act 1 evokes time passing. We also built in visual variety deliberately, so no 2 frames feel very repetitive. And most importantly, we also avoided on-screen text entirely, since text is known for being a weak point in AI generation tools. So we kind of kept things very simple. So one thing is also worth calling out here is that actually Mira's natural language processing thing is actually quite very strong at handling prompts. So it allows people who are not very technical to approach Mira as a tool to break down things easily and come up with something as concrete as what we have done. And what's also impressed us on the other end was Mira's ability to have a one-shot and full-shot generation capacity. So you're able to generate a pretty consistent video in a single attempt and with little to no revisions to come out with something that everyone can follow. I mean, of course, there'll be some mistakes, but this is something that Mira does very well. So, yeah. Alright, thanks guys.
Alright, let's keep everything on time and it's time for questions. So does anyone have any questions? The audience can feel free to ask as well. Any of the
Hello, thank you for your presentation. We've seen from different groups, a few different groups have tried to deal with the problem of credit usage, which is going to be normal for any kind of generative AI. Some groups created multiple accounts basically to basically get more and more free credits. You said that your approach was to kind of go a low quality model to basically economize on credit usage. I just want to know how you feel about that choice now, whether you think it was the right choice. If you went back, would you do it differently? Like basically, if you were to start again, would you make the same design choices, especially regarding credit usage?
I still think that you will still follow a similar approach. I mean, it's very smart of others for using multiple accounts to create a more concrete and more fulfilling video. But I think we have to demonstrate the real challenge of the entire activity, where each person, like for example, we come as a team of 2, so we each award 1,000 credits each. So we start off with actually we use the more credits into generating the characters themselves. Then we actually adopted a more cost-efficient, profit-efficient approach to generating videos. Actually, if you guys have noticed, the initial few clips of the clip were actually much less well rendered as compared to the later on videos. So that's actually a way of how we approach things. So actually there was some physics not at play throughout the video, and that's because we had to make an executive decision of like literally which is more important, like keeping a consistent approach to character designs. So actually you can see, I think Mira actually has its own context design. So as you can see, as we do multiple generations, right, the character design actually changes very well even though that we are still using a project memory. I think this is also because that since we submit a lot of prompts, and if you don't make changes on the spot, these changes actually compound into a more drifted generation. So that's why, as we generated everything in one shot, we made multiple revisions. Then we made the choice, okay, some things are not as important as others. So we wanted to go with a more consistent approach of design.
Okay, thank you very much.
So thanks.
Thank you. And thank you for our final team for their pitch. And today was a great evening seeing the artistic visuals and also the AI capabilities. And this is all for all our tracks today. So while our judges do their scoring and our volunteers do the counting, let us welcome our last speaker, Isaac, who is from one of our organizers, actually SMU, as the partnership lead. Thank you.
Hi, good evening everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. So I'm Isaac from SMU AI organizing team, and I play hackathons. I've won hackathons, and this time I'm on the other side. I'm organizing hackathons. So it's really special for me to be standing here today and seeing everyone come together for Age Well Social Good Challenge. Before we get to the part that everyone has been waiting for, I really want to say a huge thank you to everyone. First, to our participants, thank you for putting in the hours, pushing your ideas, and building solutions for a problem that genuinely matters. I hope you take away more than the results today. New skills, new friends, new ideas, and maybe a little more confidence in what you can build. To Tencent Cloud, thank you for working with students and trusting us to bring this challenge to life. We are incredibly grateful for the opportunity to work together with you. To NUS Started, thank you for making this possible on your home ground and supporting us throughout the journey. To our judges, thank you for your time, expertise, and thoughtful feedback. And to all volunteers and organizers, thank you for everything you've done behind the scenes to make today happen. And of course, the SMU AI team and family, thank you. What we've accomplished today is really honestly impressive. From planning, coordinating, troubleshooting, to being here today physically, seeing everything come together, none of this would have been possible without contributions of everyone. I'm really proud of what we built together, and I hope this is only the beginning. Let's continue growing stronger, keep building, keep staying curious, and creating things that matter. And maybe most importantly, let's age well together. Thank you, everyone.
Great, thank you everyone for coming today. So let's take a 10 minutes break before our judges' grades are out, and we'll do the award ceremony later. For the ones who are curious, we'll continue with the Miara demonstration that we couldn't finish just now. For the ones who are leaving, try to be back by 6:27, please. Thank you.
又该向谁讨命？如今阴武庙开，旧债重算。你是借回武圣之力，逆改旧命，还是锁住一身神格，以凡人之身再走一遭？
Back everyone. Hope you guys had a refreshing break. And let us start with our exciting reward ceremony. So first, let's do the agent and AI agent track. So may we welcome Rachel Tay to come up to do the reward for us. Thank you so much. So first, let's welcome our 4th and 5th place first. Physio Vision and also Cassie Care. May you guys come down to receive your award. Yes.好，准备好，我们看着我们摄影师拍一张照。OK， 准备好，3、2、1，3、2、1。Thank you very much. Next, let's welcome our 2nd and 3rd place, Kopi and Sungban, up for the reward. Welcome, careful. Whenever you're ready, look at our photographer. Photographer, 3, 2, 1, smile. 3, 2, 1. Lovely. Thank you. Now let's welcome Steve Gao and Michael Xu for the first winners. And hope you all are excited. Let's introduce the winners, Jerry Go, to come receive their award.
One more.
All right, let's look at the photographer. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, smile. I'm sorry, 3, 2, 1, smile. Congratulations on the first winner. Thank you. All right, lovely, and that will be the conclusion of our AI agent track. Now let's move on to our animation track. Let's welcome our 4th and 5th place award distributor, Sereno Liu, to come present our awards. And the winner for 4th and 5th place would be The Way Home and also Tai Chi. Welcome. All right, let's stand closer together, tighter. And then in the middle, let's look at our photographer. All right, whenever you're ready. 3, 2, 1, smile. Once more, 3, 2, 1, smile. Thank you. Congratulations. And so you know how you can stay. And then we have our next 2nd and 3rd place coming up. Fu Chuan Shanju Tu and the people who are always there. Welcome. Yes. All right, let's stand in the middle and look at our photographer. Whenever you're ready. 3, 2, 1, smile. Once more, 3, 2, 1, smile. Congratulations. All right, next let's welcome Eccleston and Professor Benjamin Gan to present our winner award. All right, and our well-anticipated winner for the animation track, let's welcome Mallow. Congratulations. All right, let's stand in the middle. And 3, 2, 1, smile. One more time. 3, 2, 1, smile. Thank you very much. And congratulations. And now, last but not least, our final track, the game track. So let's welcome Michael David Britton to come present our reward. And the 4th and 5th place for the game track will be Kampong SG and also Silver Motion AI. So welcome both teams to come receive their awards. Congratulations. All right, let's stand closer to the middle. And whenever you're ready, please look at our photographer. 3, 2, 1, smile. One more time. 3, 2, 1, smile. Thank you very much. And then let's announce the second and third place. Mohavity AI and also Urban to come receive the award. Welcome our two teams.
Congratulations.
Now let's stand closer to the middle. Yeah, a bit. One more. Lovely. All right. Let's look at the photographer. Oh, closer to the front. A bit further down. Again. Does that help? All right, whenever you're ready. 3, 2, 1, smile. 3, 2, 1, smile. Thank you, everyone. Now let us announce the winner for Game Track, and our final winner is Memory Loop. And let us welcome Professor Benjamin Tan and also Sharon Zhang to present our award.
Thank you.
All right, if everyone could just stand higher and closer down the middle, a bit down the middle. That looks perfect. All right, please look at our photographer. 3, 2, 1, smile. One more time. 3, 2, 1, smile. Lovely. Thank you and congratulations, everyone. All right. Now we need to take a group photo for everyone who participated this afternoon. So if we may, please squeeze closer into the middle. Every participant, let's just sit closer to the middle. Participants on the side, could you kindly move closer to the middle? Staff, please help. Move them closer to the middle, please. Everyone, let's move closer to the middle. Whoever is sitting on the side, closer to the middle, please.
People in the last row, you. Thank you.
Let's find someone to fill in the spots here. There's still a few spots on the third and fourth row. Yeah? Let's just squeeze in, filling all the spots, please. So we can have everyone in the shot. Sorry, people in the last row. Am I sitting on that side because it's imbalanced right now? Thank you. 那里有很多空位。最后一排是左边绿色衣服的。最后一排站起来。最后一排绿色衣服那位哥可以坐过来这边吗？那你选一个人调过来这边，因为这边空了。Whenever you're ready, 3, 2, 1, smile. One more time, 3, 2, 1, smile. Lovely. Thank you everyone for coming today. And we need a video. Alright, so on
3, 2, 1.
Alright, we need to take one more video later. So when I count down 3, 2, 1, we need everyone to say, I can do it. Okay? 3, 2, 1, I can do it. Tencent Cloud.
AI can do it.
Oh, okay. Alright, on the count of 3, 2, 1, we need Tencent Cloud Hackathon. AI can do it. Let's redo that. Let's do a practice round 3. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Tencent Cloud Hackathon. AI can do it. Okay, we need to be slightly louder. That was trial. Let's redo it one more time. All right, are we ready?
3, 2, 1.
Thank you, everyone. And if you want, you can take pictures of the backdrop outside. Thank you.